What's up, everybody? I'm MonteXristo, and I'm so excited to be back bringing you guys the Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals tournament broadcast once again. Today, I'm joined by my friend all the way from Greece, Legacy of Yone. Yone, how you doing, my friend?
Hello, everybody. Hello, Chris. Really good at the moment. Really enjoying the fact that we gonna co-cast together, and I'm happy to see the games.
Yeah, I'm really excited as well because 4LW has brought one of my favorite decks of this season and a deck that I'm considering bringing to to the tournament myself, and that's Fizz Nami. His list is a little bit different than mine. I'm still kind of trying to figure out. I've tried some Shelf Oak in it, and it's been a good card, but I wasn't sure if I completely agreed with it. I'm curious to see how he performs with it. What do you think of this deck list, my friend?
It's a pretty interesting deck. To be honest, I see it first time now. Uh, I like the Coral Creatures deck and the Treasure Trust. It's gonna be interesting. See how it goes. Also, Scrap Heap, it's kinda nuts, to be honest.
Yeah, Scrap Heap is a really good card, and it's one that I had in the list for a while before I ended up cutting it just to be more consistent. I'm still on Mind Melts in my list. He's got a Treasure Trash in here, like you said. He's got Wallop for a little bit of protection in that Scion matchup, and he's got Shelf Oak. So the list is a little bit different from my original one. But the Coral Creatures, as you pointed out, is a card that I'm really, really big on. It's a card that I brought into the list. It wasn't being played originally. I'm fully going to take credit for that tech. I 100% believe it. And surprisingly, you guys might not expect this, but Pirates is actually a really good matchup for this list. You don't feel bad about this Pirates deck at all. Because you can play stuff like Double Trouble on turn 2 to stabilize, and you have stuff like Pokey Sticks and Group Shots to be able to ping off these 1 HP units. It looks like
Yeah, and Coral Creature should be a key to this matchup as well. It's like 1-3 stat line is pretty huge against the 2 attack units that most pirates have.
yeah, it can be very, very strong here. I wonder now if we'll see the Nami played out just unleveled. Or if maybe we're going to go ahead and see one of these scrap heaps discarded to try and find a 3-2 challenger. That is a 2 mana card. So it's definitely got potential to be played out here. The MF can be quite the threat otherwise.
Yeah, that's true.
And he did go for it. Didn't find it, but did find a good 2 mana option that can be played out here. And this attack is going to be quite strong. 4LW definitely making a case for this scrap heap, looking quite powerful here. I like the discard on the Fleet Admiral Shelley as well. That card, while very strong in some matchups, is a little bit underwhelming here against Pirates.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's too slow for this match.
Definitely just a bit too slow. Now we'll see what Ardent Guardian decides to do with their turn. Island Navigator going to come down, and this is huge for a W with this patented emote usage. And has a couple options. Looks like he's gonna go for the pokey stick here, playing the coral creature or playing the conchologist. While it does put a body on the board, that body's just gonna straight up die. So we'll see what ends up happening here. Is just opting to take the damage.
Yeah, so now MF can't really attack here, and Concologist can block the 2-4 if any.
And the MF attack's gonna come through anyways. I like this from Ardent Guardian. It is just gonna go ahead and clear down the board, stop 4LW from getting a second attack in with this Fury Horn Crasher. That Omen Hawk effect can be very strong. That's a buffed up Nami.
That Nami, for example, is huge.
And this is really good. Double drawing Nami is fantastic in this matchup because it gives you access to Ebb, which can give you a little bit of healing, and that can make all the difference. This attack is great. This is the mark of a good player. A lot of players would just pass here, but you're perfectly happy if they take a trade because it's going to let you ping off the 2-4. It's going to take away the 1-2. It's very, very good for you if they do opt into that. But this is looking a little bit dire from the side of 4LW. Recognizing that, he's going to go ahead and commit the pokey stick and the group shot while Ardent Guardian is under Noxian Fervor mana.
Yeah, I really like that line. Also, it reduces 1 damage because of the scout attack.
Mm-hmm. 2 damage because it's going to get in for itself as well on the regular attack.
For Nami is perfect for any block here.
We did get a buffed up Otterpuss off the top. Lots of options this turn. Can't just go for that Nami's Ebb.
I also love that open attack here.
Yeah, I would imagine that Ardent Guardian is on quite a bit of burn at this point in the game. So the open
I guess
attack...
it has some burn in the hand most likely. Otherwise, he should develop.
Yeah. There's the Decimate. And we kind of expected this. Now, if you're 4LW, you're thinking, do I just have to go... Oh, he goes for the prank just to see what's in the hand. And now, knowing that there is just these 2 cards in the Sigil of Malice, a card I'm also a fan of, and the Marai Warden, we can pretty safely sit on this ebb. I am a little bit surprised that we didn't see the Marai Warden come out before the attack.
I'm not sure. I think Marai Warden should be played here. I also love that open attack. Thinking about he played Group Shot and 2 Poké Sticks, you shouldn't expect to play the third one.
The 1 Poké Stick was generated off of the Conchologist, but I think your point stands nonetheless. Marai Warden, though, because it develops 2 units with 1 action, I think is almost always safe to develop. We didn't see a Double Trouble come out earlier. Obviously, it is in the hand at this point, but I think it's pretty safe to just go ahead and drop it a lot of the time. Here, though, I wonder what we're going to see happen. Could just see the Shelly developed into the flow and then the ebb and flow, but more likely we'll see the Double Trouble come out. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I think I do just want to see the Shelly played.
Yeah, the Shelly play is the best in this case. Also, ebb and flow can kill a unit most likely.
The odds are really good. It's 75% to kill a unit.
Yeah.
4LW gonna play it super safe though. Just wants to get these blockers up, have answers, and now I imagine we will see the ebb and flow played out. There it is. Can always develop the Shelly on if given an action this turn. We'll have a board to buff up.
That's pretty much game now.
I have to agree with you. We're going to get in for the attack here as well. And now, at this point, Ardent Guardian would need to top deck a lot of burn. A lot of burn. Even leveled up Nami going to come through now. This is very one.
This is over.
I should probably re-enable our game sounds for our viewers. I don't play with game sounds on my off time because I constantly have music blaring, so something I often forget when I come back to streaming here. There's the Shelly, and now this is just sealed. There is nothing Ardent Guardian can do, and they recognize it. They're just going to go ahead and hit the FF. 4LW goes up 1-0 in what a lot of people might have believed would be an unfavored matchup. Great showing from my favorite deck of the patch, and I'm super excited to give his version a try.
I love the deck. As I said before, I see it first time in a while, and it really played out perfectly, to be honest.
It really did, and it's a Pirates run back, and from 4LW, it's Scouts. This is, I think this has to be a 2-0 from 4LW. Pirates should be losing into this, unfortunately.
I think there's no way Pirates can outvalue Scouts in the board, especially with Ranger Resolve on the hand.
Yeah, Fleet Feather Tracker available as well. Only thing that's really missing is MF, but it's not even going to matter because we have the Vanguard Sergeant at this point too.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, that hand is nuts, man. And it gets even better.
Oh, wow.
So, Ardent Guardian, does he play Make It Rain? Let me see.
Doubt it, because we saw the Sigil of Malice instead. Usually those take up the same spot.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But we can definitely look at the list. That is an option for us. And I'll pull that up as well, just to take a look and have it available. Nope, it is just
Yeah,
one Sigil of Malice.
and 3 fervors.
Wow, 3
Yeah,
Island Navigators coming out from the side of Ardent Guardian, though. And 4LW rolls the lowest of rolls there.
Yeah, even the 3-2 ephemeral from last game was better.
Yup.
At least he can be a blocker.
It's true. It is going to save you some HP still, and that's worth something. Here, I imagine we'll see the 2-1 block. You're pretty happy to take this.
Yeah, you always kill the 2-1 here.
And now 4LW has the option of using the Brightsteel Protector to go after the 3-2. Might also just develop a 3-3.
I like the Brightsteel Protector here, to be honest. Because even if he develops Misfortune here, he kills the 3-2 and has an open attack with Brightsteel.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, my friend. This is definitely the superior play in my eyes as well. It's just going to let you take off the most amount of damage and threaten some damage of your own.
Considering now that we have the 3-3 into Ranger Resolve, I think we are pretty good at this moment, at this spot.
I have to agree with you once again. This is going to be a Ranger's Resolve and a full trade, and then what does Pirates do from this point? Oh, I don't mind
we even get to keep the 3-3. That's insane, man.
It is pretty crazy. Oh, we don't even have to play the Ranger's Resolve if we don't want to. We can just save it for another turn.
I'm not sure it can get better worth out of it.
It's close. I think it is really close.
Okay, now that we have a Petricite, yeah, keeping it was the right play.
Yeah, sometimes you top deck the card that makes the play worth it. I think
true.
The logic there, though, is that yes, it saves it 1 unit, but how valuable is 1 unit? We're not casting this for Demacia for another 2 turns anyways, and in those 2 turns we can still develop our entire board. And I really like that pass from the side of 4LW. Just says, no, if you have anything else to develop, you can't develop it. You're not threatening me. I don't need to kill you yet. I have 2 4 Demacias in hand. I'm chilling.
I like that pass a lot. Yeah, that's game. There's nothing he can do.
And both players throw out their emotes. And Ardent Guardian, TF red card, not going to do anything here. We do see that there's the Ranger's Resolve. There's just nothing they can do, as you said.
And even GP is so far away from leveling, there's literally nothing.
No hope to be found. 3-4 is going to block the 3-2. It still leaves us with a unit on board. Decimate comes out, but we're at 15 HP. That's not a real threat.
Yeah, and with Genevieve coming out next round, that's pretty much game.
Do we even go for the Genevieve? We found the rally. I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't just go for the 4 Demacia there. We have 3 of them.
Genevieve play, especially when you top the rally here. I would still go Genevieve even without rally, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess Genevieve lets you take out 2 units. And that's going to mean more for your damage anyways. Yeah.
Because if he plays for Demacia and he develops like Marai Warden, he still gets to do 0 damage. But he has a full board against nothing anyways, so it's kind of the same.
Yeah, you're right. We can always use the 4 Demacia on a defensive turn if we have to. Like, the 4 Demacia is going to have value the entire time, whereas this line guarantees that we're pushing more damage through. We're going to be able to clear out the board a little bit before getting in for our big swing.
Yeah, that's game. Sigil
of Malice on the 4-2. Not going to be enough. Noxian Fervor, also not going to be enough. This is why we saved the Rager's Resolve. There it is. That's a quick 2-0 from the side of 4LW.
Yeah,
Well played.
for sure.
And now let's see if we can find another matchup. Have any of the players added you so we can get 2 hands up?
Yes, they did. BB Bean is
Okay.
one of them.
Let me see who they're playing against, and we can just get into that matchup. Friend of Zoe. I have Friend of Zoe, so we can, if you want to go ahead and spectate that, we can play. We can take a look at both sides here.
Okay, let me spectate BB Bean as well.
And it looks like we have Viktor Karma up against Kindred Elise Ezreal, so I imagine that's Sentinels. Have you seen this Viktor Karma list? It's been popping up a little bit these days. I've seen quite a few people trying it out. A lot of people I know and respect are saying it's quite the good deck in this metagame.
No, once again, I haven't seen this deck.
It's kind of the spiritual successor to Victor Lee Sin, Victor Vi, whatever people were playing before. It's gone a little bit more control slanted, and now we have Karma as our endgame win condition, so we kind of just wanted to get to turn 10.
It should be more like Victor Lee Sin in a sense, maybe.
I think it's a little bit slower than that still. And nobody's playing any ambush for cheese like that, like they were sometimes beforehand. Looks like that game, we jumped in at the perfect time for it to end. We'll see if that was game 1, game 2. Give it a second, and they are getting into another one. Looks like BB Bean is going to run it back on the Sentinels, and we've got Mono Viego coming out from the side of Friend of Zoe with that Desert Naturalist tech to improve their Sun Disc and Zigs Taliyah matchups a little bit. We were talking
To
a
be
little
honest,
bit.
I don't really like Naturalist.
Most people don't.
Maybe it's a good one-off in case of the 3/3 landmark.
It doesn't even help that one, right? Because it still gives them the 5/3. I think it's being teched specifically to deal with Sun Disc, as well as to deal with anything that's put into an Ancient Hourglass.
No, I mean our 3/3 because he plays Devout as well.
Oh, is he playing Devout as like? Yeah, that's got to be why he's playing it. You're right. You're right.
So maybe it's a good one-off that way.
Yeah, I could see it. I can see it. So we were talking a little bit before the broadcast started about how we're not such big fans of this version of Viego. It's a very linear deck. It wants to do one thing, and it does that one thing quite well. And that one thing is just level up Viego, which can be super powerful against decks like Pantheon, but it's still kind of an iffy matchup, and you really got to know how to play it.
I love the deck. It has some Surima tools that you can abuse in the tournament and stuff. And in specific matchups, it's pretty good. Like in FTR or Pantheon, it's really good. But I don't see it against many other decks to be quite well.
I was playing a little bit of ladder, trying to get my own seasonal ranking last night, and queued into it a few times. It seems to be okay. It struggles into Zigs Taliyah, though, I can tell you that much.
It struggles against a lot of decks, but it's really good against some specific super strong decks right now.
It is quite well positioned, and the stats on it are quite good. I've seen more than a few people talking about bringing it into their seasonal lineups, and it's something I definitely considered as well. But at the end of the day, I decided I don't want to be Viego simp. I don't want to hear my queen every 2 minutes.
I can totally see that, man.
here we
Okay.
do see the
I
entire
like
board being
it.
traded down. Viego gonna die. And you're a little bit sad to see that if you're a friend of Zoe, but we do, of course, have the second Viego in hand. Oh, Viego's not gonna die because he grow. Viego grow. Monty dumb. Just it goes to show you how much of this deck I play.
Viego gets to live here, but I don't think it's gonna be for a long of time.
We'll see what happens. Do have the option to just go for that Mystic Shot, and that can be answered by a Rite of Negation, but better still, I think we just use the Glimpse Beyond and play our second Viego. Get some value out while we can.
Yeah, that's totally better than that.
Oh wait, this works too. This works too. We don't have a mist off of the Viego himself yet, so can grow him. Of course, now we are going to see that Give It All be played out.
Yeah, go hard is really huge here, and moreover because it's fleeting,
Oh yeah, go
you
hard.
get the full value out of it.
Why did I say Give It All? Man. But yeah, you're right. Go hard going to be played out. Actually, we see friend of Zoe tapping out of the Hourglass, saying that they're probably just okay to lose it. And I don't know how I feel about that. We did have the Hourglass available, could have potentially saved the Viego. Of course, having a 1 HP Viego on the board is not worth a whole lot.
Yeah, I like the line he took, because now he can play Viego into Hourglass. And this right here stops an entire turn for from the opponent.
It's true. It does work out quite nicely for friend of Zoe. They can still swing in and get some damage while keeping their Viego on the board nice and healthy. And I really like that they predicted into the second Hourglass as well. It's going to help protect them from any other shenanigans that BB Bean might have.
Exactly. Finding the second Hourglass here makes sure this Viego never dies.
Yeah, we have Rite of Negation.
Because
we have
you have Deny in hand, you have Quicksand.
All the Shuriman protection tools are available now to the side of friend of Zoe, and man, if we've learned anything this season, it's that Shurima has some really powerful protection tools. Hourglass was overlooked for so long, but now it's popping up all over the place, and people are saying that, yeah, you know what, maybe we were right when this card was previewed and we said it was going to be bonkers.
I love the card ever since. I usually played it even when people didn't, as a one-off, and most of the times it made me super happy to have it in my deck.
Yeah, it's definitely been quite the powerful card, and people just kind of didn't show up or believe in it for a long time.
Yeah, that's game.
Yeah, it has to be game. Now we can just go for the Rite of Negation here, and there's no answer. And we'll see if that was the last one in the set or if we're going to a game 3 there. If it was the last one, we can just go ahead and find another matchup. What other players have added you at this point, Yone?
Excuse me?
What
Would you repeat, please?
Which other players do you have added that are in game right now?
Let me check. I do have some, but I don't think all of them are playing in the tournament.
That's okay. I can get us a game up on screen for the time being. We'll jump into Rogio's game here. Rogio, ex-member of Pandex, which now I was informed today has sadly been disbanded and sent into infinite torpor, as Tiburon told me. But now, gaming under a new tag, ABG, always be gaming. We'll see what happens here. And in this game, looks like, again, we have a Mono Viego matchup. And from the other side, Lunari is on that Draven Scion that's been reappearing ever since the buffs.
Yeah, it's reappearing and it's dominating in the ladder. It has some really, really good matchups.
Yeah, I would say it's a pretty strong tournament deck as well. There's a couple different versions running around. There's the burn heavy version, there's the mid-range heavy version, and then there's even the rumble variants that Aikato is very fond of. Do you have a favorite Scion deck? Do you play a lot of Scion?
I never play Sion. I have like 100 mastery points or something.
Let's
I don't
go.
touch this guy. He's too gigachat for me, man.
And it is actually the burn version that Lunari is on. 2 survival skills, 3 decimates, 2 Noxian fervors, and a full set of Get Excited and Mystic shots. Also a full set of Poro cannons. Lunari very much wants to go in and be aggressive here. And Rogio has the answer for these Poros with the double Bile Feast.
I like this version a lot, to be honest, because it can make you win against matchups that you probably shouldn't.
Which card, sorry?
The Draven Scion deck with a burn version.
Yeah. Yeah, the burn, that's what my teammates were telling me too. They were saying some matchups, Scion is just never getting through, and because of that, you need a backup plan. So they're jamming in the burn, and they really like it themselves.
Exactly. Even against heavy healing decks, this deck actually pops off.
It does. It does. But then on the other side, I have gamers like the Cup is Mind and Card Gamer telling me that the burn version is just not so good right now. And if you're on that, you may as well just play the Rumble version, the Rumble variant instead.
I like the Rumble version as well, but I'm not quite sure which one I do prefer, since I don't play that kind of deck a lot. But still, even if I played with Rumble, maybe I will do something like half and half, like put some Willing Death or something,
Hmm.
but still play heavily on the burn side.
I think that's got to be the way you go with Rumble. I gotta agree with you there. And sorry, chat. I just realized that my sound was off yet again. I'll fix it. It's been fixed. But here we do see Lunari going in with a very aggressive swing, and Rogio is kind of on the back foot here. Is really just counting on stalling out this game plan and hoping that they'll be able to flip the Viego in time. Has deny for protection if anything is fired off at the Viego, and top deck that Hourglass as well, so now we're pretty safe to go ahead and drop this Hydrovine.
Hydrovine here is huge. He also played one Decimate, he probably shouldn't have another.
It's unlikely at this point. We can attack in and try and force some blocks here. Can't go in with the Viego, but it might be worth it to go in with the Hydrovine to try and force this block. Decides not to.
I wouldn't attack here with Hydrovine, since it produces a new blocker every time. I don't think you should attack here.
See, I'm kind of happy to attack him with the Hydrovine, because if they're firing off their burn at the Hydrovine, it means, 1, it's not going to our face, and 2, it's not going to our Viego. Looks like the Viego's going to go down anyways, and Rogio's got to be a little bit upset about this one.
Yeah, but since you have another Viego in hand, I'm pretty sure Hydrovine should be alive here.
That's true. That's true. Keeping the Hydrovine alive is very important with the second Viego available.
Units in the cost of 1 every round, so... And it also gives you a fearsome blocker every time.
Mm-hmm. Very, very important. Now, if Rogio can just survive 2 or 3 more turns, they're going to be set to win this game very quickly. The Viego's going to flip, and once Viego's flipped, there's not much Lunari can do. One funny thing, though, if you play... No, it's Obliterate, right? Flip Viego obliterates units. I was going to say you can play a leveled Scion into it, but... No, it is kill. Okay. kill the unit instead. I was tripping. I was going to say you can play the leveled Scion into it and then just let Viego give you a rally on your defense with Scion returned. And you can, but not going to be what we see happen here.
I'm pretty sure you attack with ephemerals here, yeah. This is the way to go.
I like this attack a lot. We have a full set of... We have 2 Rite of Negations and nothing else to spend our mana on. So...
This attack is insane. But I would put Hydravine right before Viego instead of third in the attack row.
I agree with that as well. And here we're seeing Rogio reconsider the attack once again. And decides to keep the Viego nice and safe.
I'm not quite sure about that. I really liked the attack before.
I did too. I think you have to attack with either one or both. Do you deny this? Looks like Rogio wants to.
I think you should kill the 5/5 ephemeral that is blocked from the 3/1 here.
Yeah, I agree with you. That way you're not at risk of getting blown out by anything silly.
Exactly, and you can block the 3/1 every time. You also have Fist in hand.
This levels the Viego though.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, he should be leveled anyways, especially when you have Waiting Suns in hand.
That added 4. It would have been... You would have had to cast the Waking Sands instead. I think. But I think you're probably okay with that. So... I guess it depends on how you wanted the turn to play out. Still, this looks really good from Rogio for Rogio from this position. Picked up the Quicksand now as well, so Scion's not even a threat at this point either.
Yeah. Once again, I think this game is over now. Especially with Quicksand top deck.
What can you do if you're Lunari? You just kind of have to hope that they don't that you find enough burn, but we have a second Rite of Negation for any decimates, and I don't think you're getting more than 2 turns.
Exactly.
A Quicksand is going to be able to be used as an offensive spell here, funnily enough, letting your fearsome units go through.
That's what I was about to say. He's in big trouble now. Lunari is in a really hard spot.
Yeah, I think even without the second hand, we can pretty confidently say that this one's over. Chomper's going to come out. That's not going to do a whole lot. And Luna just doing their best to stay in it. It's important to get as much time in as you can, especially in these practice matchups where we are running this tournament series so that way you guys can get in and get all your prep done for seasonals. Seasonals being 9 rounds can be quite the grueling experience if you've never played a tournament of that magnitude before. Well, playing to the end of the game can help you prepare for that. Full swing comes out. Quicksand used offensively, just like we pointed out here. And I think that's going to do it for the side of Rogio. Finds himself a victory.
This should be game. Surely.
Yeah, nothing to be done here.
That's GG.
It is indeed. We'll see if these players are on game.
Even if he could kill Hydravine, it still would be lethal on exactly 20.
That's kind of the power of this Viego deck. It does almost nothing for a lot of turns, and then out of nowhere, it's got a full board of these mists that are just so big you can't deal with them and you're forced to block them. And then everything else is getting through and you're just dying. Plus he's stealing your unit turn after turn after turn. It can be so frustrating to play against once it gets to that stage.
That's true. And it's really hard, or even impossible, you can say, to come back from that spot most of the times.
I have to agree once again. And looks like we do have one more game ongoing in this round here. We'll see if we can get into it for you guys. I think this is in our tournament. Take a peek here. Be 100% sure. It is. Looks like we actually might have a couple ongoing. Yeah, perfect. So we do have Dr. Evander up against Rebellion. These are two Maru gamers. And Viktor Lee Sin is making a reappearance, as well as Sentinels. And here we see a double cast acceleration gate. We'll see what keywords were rolled. Not the best. No scout, no. Only, oh, we did get 2 overwhelm units. So not the worst keywords either.
Yeah, he does have overwhelm, but he dies anyways.
Pushes a good bit of damage there. Viktor gonna be able to be set up again from the side of Rebellion. And we'll see if Dr. Evander opts to go after this Eye of the Dragon. Instead, just gonna let it go.
Yeah, that double vengeance though.
I'm not sure how much I like letting that Viktor go through.
Exactly. He could possibly have a spell shield and a deny in hand, and you could be in trouble.
Yeah, I think we should have maybe fired off the Vengeance. Especially since this double healing doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's a little bit clunky to use sometimes, but we could have also tried to deny some healing there, especially if we're going to go for this Glimpse. Again, I'm not sure how important it is. Can even go for a Shock Blast here to clear the way. Yeah, if this is happening anyways, wouldn't we have rather have done this on the stack? Now we're safe to go after the Mystic Shot, though. And this should take out the... Oh, but the last Viktor picked up from the side of Rebellion.
I really wonder though why he didn't go for the Shock Blast play. I think it was pretty safe.
I think so too, but we'll see what they decide to do here. It's a pretty good pickup off the top, and Deep Meditation being burned means that there is still potential for Lee Sin to be in hand.
Lee Sin should be already be played by now if he had him.
Maybe. The Thermo Beam gonna go ahead and protect Dr. Evander from the Aloof. Now we'll see what he opts to do here. Can duplicate the Jace. Is going to shuffle more into his deck. That's one benefit of double casting the Shock Blast with the Jace. It gives you more Jace. And we have stuff like Albus Pharos here. He's getting so big. Deals 6 now. It's quite powerful. Regen picked up from the side of Rebellion. But Dr. Evander's going to go ahead and just sack the Jace to ensure that this Viktor doesn't do anything.
Once again, I really think he should Vengeance.
I think so too.
I'm not sure why he keeps it in hand. Lee Sin is not the key factor in that deck anyways.
Yeah, and the Shock Blast can be used just to deal lethal damage as well.
Exactly.
So I have to agree with you again. I think that just going for the Vengeance is better.
He also wouldn't need to sack the Jace there.
Mm-hmm. And now we're at risk of dying to this bot. Of course, we do have the Vengeance in this position, so we can go ahead and fire it off, but If there's another deny, we're in a bit of a tight spot. And there it is. Going to 3 might spell the end.
If he doesn't run Get Excited, that I'm pretty sure he doesn't, I think it's still game. Because Pharaohs is really huge at this point.
Yeah, the Pharos is dealing 6 by itself. And 7 actually. And it is game. One way or another. Gusapalm not going to be quite enough.
GG.
Dr. Evander, the curse remains broken. This man, every time I put him up on stream, with the exception of last broadcast I did, he has lost miserably. And it was tragic. I thought I was cursing the poor guy. Such a nice guy too. Has been around the scene for a while.
I don't know him, unfortunately.
AM player has been hanging around. I know he's been hanging around my Twitch streams for a long time anyways. Has been part of the Mastering Runeterra community for a very long time. We'll see if there's anything else still ongoing that we can get into to continue bringing our viewers lots of lovely action here. Lots of players on my friends list are participating in friend challenges, but not a lot of them are in our series today. Looks like
I have a lot that are playing as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be about it for this round. So with that, I'm going to just say a quick thank you to our sponsors, Community Gaming, for coming together with Mastering Runeterra to bring you guys this tournament series. They have done such a wonderful job of partnering up with us. And then I'm going to cut us to a quick break. We will be right back. Thank you for sticking with us. We hope to see you after this short break. Welcome back, everybody. Once again, for those of you just joining us, I'm MonteXristo, and today I'm joined by my friend Legacy of Yone, who's coming all the way from Greece and is casting at some absolutely degenerate hours. And Yone was just telling me how much he's enjoying this. This is his first time casting on the desk, casting in a second language, and he's absolutely crushing it for one. I think he's doing a fantastic job. Yone, how are you feeling so far? You still having a lot of fun?
Man, honestly, I really love this. I could totally do this for hours and hours, but unfortunately, I need to go to work in a few hours. But I surely would like to join you again another time. I really enjoy it.
I would be happy to have you again. And it looks like we are going to get into a game here. One of my already has his game underway up against Rogio from the other side. So it looks like we might just be doing a lot of one-hand casting today because that's just the way it's going to be. But that's okay. Rogio does have the Flame Spitter here and is going to be able to be super aggressive with it as what am I tapped out to play this Merciless Hunter.
Yeah. Rogio is in a really good place, but unfortunately we cannot see his hand. This Aphelios deck is popping off lately, and What Am I is for sure one of the few players I really respect. His gameplay and his mindset is really solid, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one of the most positive people I've encountered and one of the strongest players in the Americas server for sure. We'll see if he can continue his streak of doing well in these Mastering Runeterra tournaments that he's participated in and win out against Rogio here. Rogio does have the Aphelios, but that taps him out of group shots, so we're basically guaranteed to get this Gleaming Lantern with this swing.
Let's see that how it will work out for What Am I here.
Considered the
He has
full
a really strong attack.
He definitely considered that full attack, but I think correctly pulled it back, decided to just go in with the units that threaten trades. And now, while Rogio's tapped out, yes, we are going to see the Rite of Calling cast. This is going to get us that Viego, which we can then drop down on curve and feel really good about. Rogio's deck doesn't really have anything to threaten our big boy here.
Exactly. But I'm thinking about not playing Viego here, since we have a pretty huge quicksand in our end.
That's true. Taking out this Fizz can be very important for What Am I's success in this matchup. And delaying the Viego by one turn, not really a big deal.
Also, one thing most people don't know, and they should probably learn, is that attached units don't lose their keywords after Quicksand or Minimorph.
True.
So be careful when you use it.
Yes, that is definitely one of the strengths of this deck, and it's why it can perform really well into these Shurima matchups. But as we can see, Rogio doesn't currently have an attached unit to throw onto this Fizz. So we'll see how it ends up playing out for him. I know one time I was playing against MonteXristo with this deck last patch because I actually wrote a guide for this deck before it popped up in the current metagame. I was pretty big on it last patch, and when I was practicing for this guide, I did exactly this play. I put a Rainbow Fish onto my Fizz so that way it couldn't be quicksanded. And Rogio sees the line, goes for it himself, is going to be able to now push a ton of damage.
This is one of the strongest plays you can do with Fizz. I mean, you can of course use Papercraft Dragon in some matchups, but surely not against Shurima.
Yeah, I think against Shurima, this is definitely one of the better options for you. The Papercraft Dragon is a little bit better at closing out, but we've got the Fizz with the Flame Spitter on it already. This, let's just keep it here, continue being able to shove damage, not have to worry about the Quicksand as a threat, not have to worry about the Vengeance as a threat. This is where you want to be if you're Rogio. Yes, you're a little bit concerned with dying, but you do have a Gravitum that you've just picked up. It's going to be able to stun out a unit. And so long as you're not forced into trading off this Fizz, you're not feeling too bad.
I'm not sure about this stun. Maybe you want to stun Viego in this spot, but I'm not quite sure, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a consideration. Oh, is actually looking to trade off the Fizz? I don't know if I can agree with that, but maybe forced to in this spot.
Only thing I can see here is a second Fizz in hand, otherwise it just makes no sense to do it.
Even with the second Fizz, I think I would rather just give up the Aphelios here.
Yeah, me too. That's why I was talking about stunning Viego. You don't have to force yourself, you can just make good blocks.
Yeah, we'll see what Rojo does decide to do. We can set up another Fizz, just like you said, but it's not going to present lethal, whereas this one is getting quite close. Going to go to 5 out of 6 here. The level up plus the impact is going to represent the lethal damage that we need. Of course, Quicksand's going to stop that, but it gets rather close. Infernum picked up from the side of Rogio. We are going to take 2 going down to 7. What am I can opt to use this Glimpse Beyond to try and draw into an Atrocity, which would give him the win. We'll see what he chooses to do. Actually, just going to Quicksand here. Keep the Viego alive.
I think that's the correct line, since Viego dies otherwise and Atrocity is not the answer anymore.
True. Sometimes we see so much, we forget to look at the very obvious things right in front of us.
Exactly. It happens to me a lot.
Now What Am I is in a very good position, I would say. Yes, there's an assistant librarian coming down here. Yes, there's a rainbow fish, but you're not quite at risk of dying, although you did just burn that Quicksand, so maybe not. Maybe I'm talking too soon. It's going to grow. 5-4. Even with this Infernum, we are 1 short.
Yeah, I think pre-committing Glimpse here is the only play you have at this moment.
This is going to develop a blocker for you. Nothing from the side of Rogio should be able to threaten this Glimpse.
You need to dig for Quicksand here, for sure. Because Infernum is gonna give you Severum, and you have lethal in hand with the elusive.
Yeah, that is true actually. Aphelios has not phased quite yet, and you're right, you can get the damage that you need. Second Viego is kind of an answer. A really sketchy one, but you can despair the librarian to take it off the field. With this attack, you just block down and you're pretty happy. Vile Feast is going to come out onto the 3-1. Chump Blocker is going to come out. Now, realizing that, Rogio is going to go for the Infernum and stacks it up onto the Librarian. Question is,
I think that's the correct line to take.
do you go for the Despair here? What Am I says no. I'm not dying quite yet. Crescendum was picked up from the side of Rogio. Pale Cascade. That's going to threaten the lethal. I wonder if the third Poke Stick's in hand. This forces the Vile Feast. Keeps What Am I alive at 1 HP. A lot of outs still available to Rogio here. Second Flame Spitter, another Pale Cascade, third Poke Stick, Conchologist into Poke Stick.
Yeah, most lists I think run one Flame Splitter, but he surely is close to lethal at this moment.
I've seen all different numbers of Flame Spitter except for 3. There's a lot of people on 1, a lot of people on 2, and a couple people like myself, Drizoth, and some others that are just on 0.
Really, you don't like Flame Splitter?
See, I like it on principle, but I don't like it in this deck. I just don't feel that it's necessary. Oh, wow, the self-group shot.
Wow, that's huge.
That's not the lethal play I was expecting, but slight slip-up from What Am I is going to give Rogio the 1-0 lead in this series, and that was a game to start us off. Aphelios showing its power.
That was really, really well played. It's really unexpected.
Yeah, it was really unexpected. That's some of my favorite things about watching these one-handed games. You just have no idea, right? So you kind of have to assume what do I play around, right? And now we're gonna get the same matchup from the other side. Let's see if What Am I can also navigate this to a win for the Aphelios deck and give us a game 3.
Yeah, this feels really interesting.
Fizz, Papercraft Dragon, and Aphelios picked up. This is looking to be a good start for What Am I. It's going to go ahead and get in for free on turn 1. No Treasure Seeker from the side of Rogio to counter that.
The problem is he has only a few spells in hand. But Rogio should never commit into Fizz.
Yeah, I think if you're Rogio, you're just chilling here.
In a full unknown hand, you never commit into Fizz.
Sometimes you're forced to, but from this spot, you're very okay. Like, taking the 2 damage is not something that's going to worry you. And now, What Am I has a couple options here. My guess is he's just going to go for the Grandfather Fae and then pass. No need to do anything else. Can continue to just gain mana advantage with this Gleaming Lantern and the tempo that it'll provide.
Yeah, I really like Grandfather here. And I'm not even sure you have to push the damage. Yeah, you just pass. I love this line.
I'm a big fan as well. Just keep the spell that you have available. The 2 damage doesn't matter. Now you have the option of setting up your Aphelios, which will give you spells to start your turn off with. The question is, what spell do you take off of the Aphelios? Probably Calibrum, right?
If he plays Merciless Hunter here, Caliburn is an option. Otherwise, I think I would go Crescentum.
Our board's already pretty full, though.
And if I'm not mistaken, Crescentum gives you Caliburn in the face weapon, right?
Yes, I think it does. Could
So,
also...
yeah,
Go ahead.
I think I would go Crescentum here.
I think I might just take the Giga Chad line of Infernum. Just start the turn off with Infernum. Slam it onto this Assistant Librarian alongside the Papercraft Dragon and say, I'm going to draw a couple spells.
Yeah, that's an option too, for sure.
Part
But you
of
play against...
Quicksand deck.
Yeah. But in a sense, you want to force out Quicksand so early in the game and make your opponent not play Viego on care. So I can totally see your line as well.
Looks like What Am I agrees with me. Is going to go for the
Yeah.
aggressive line here. I love it. Love to see it. We'll see how he splits this up, if he splits this up. I would imagine we're going to start with the Infernum onto... Oh, actually just going to go with the Owlcat first. Let Rogio spend some mana. Rogio's dipped below the Quicksand. This is doom. This is really doomed. Now the Infernum and the Papercraft Dragon could go on the Librarian, or the Papercraft Dragon could go on the Fizz. Lots of options here. And we also have the Phase Sprout to protect the Fizz in the case that Rogio does decide to go after it. I think I like drawing 2 spells. I think I
Yeah,
really
I
like
think
drawing 2
too.
spells.
And you also keep your paper, you also keep your librarian alive that way
Mm-hmm.
while pushing almost the same damage.
I think it ends up being more damage even this way, right? Because we're gonna get an 8 through 8 minus 3 is 5, plus then it attacks for another 8. Yeah, this is really, really bad for the side of Rogio. Forced to just spend the 5-2 here. Is going to go ahead and work towards that Viego level up, but not going to do a whole lot to stop this attack. This is almost lethal.
Yeah,
I think we're 1 off unless the Viego blocks.
oh man, can't speak today, man. I really like your line. And what am I agreed with you? And he did the right thing. Look at this value. Wow.
It's crazy. 2 draws coming out. It's going to make your top decks better. We are out of units, but that doesn't really matter now because we've got a full board still. Yes, this Viego is becoming a bit of a threat, but it's only halfway there. We're not going to quite see it. I don't think it's possible for it to level up in 1 turn without 2 more Treasure Seekers. Hydrovine can't come down this turn either. Chemovorn Soldier only going to put a 3-3 on the board.
And also we have 2 Phase Sprouts that we can roll the the Rainbow Fizz, if I'm not mistaken, it's the name.
Yep.
And the Rainbow Fizz into Fizz, it's lethal anyways, he can't do anything about it.
Merciless Hunter now going to come down. And unfortunately, we are stuck with this Calibrum, which is no good into the side of Viego, but perhaps we'll just see it fired off here. Other option is, of course, the Pokey Stick, or we can just cycle the Guiding Touch to see what we draw into. Calibrum comes out. Need to keep that cycle going for the Aphelios. Snap Pick, not sure what he chose. My guess is Severum, but we'll see. 1 more card will almost certainly be played out here.
I think Severum is the way to go. We'll see though, yeah.
Viego at 14, gonna go to 17 after this mist. Have to be careful if you're What Am I. Actually, the Viego's flipping every time, right?
Oh, so he picked Gravitum and Grandfather. I'm pretty sure I would pick Telescope here, since it only costs 1 mana.
I think I would also go for the Telescope. You can get a lot of crazy outs from that, and your board's full. You're a little bit concerned about going down on board size, but not that much. Here, the Mist. Full Swing is going to come out. Mist is going to pull the Assistant Librarian, and that's going to let the Waking Sands be played, leveling up the Viego. And actually, that's really good for Rogio because it's going to go ahead and pull this Papercraft Dragon.
Exactly.
Knowing this, What Am I is just going to go ahead and trade down the entire board. Viego always...
Isn't Papercraft Dragon bouncing back to the hand?
Does it? I think it takes the whole unit.
I'm almost sure it bounces back.
We'll see. We'll see. This is not an interaction I've actually seen before, so we'll find out how it goes. If there's a Quicksand from the side of Rogio, this could be really bad for What Am I. He's going to struggle to close out the game from this point. Now Yordle Squire can be played with the attack for the Tiny Spear. And that's going to let Fizz present lethal, but who knows if it'll be enough.
We also have a Pogistick in hand, and we also have a Face Sprout. I think I would go Face Sprout before playing the Grandfather in the hope of finding Rainbow Fizz and attach it on Fizz again.
I was wondering if we ever just obliterate the 6-2. But I don't think that's correct. Because I think that does kill the Papercraft Dragon.
Yeah, I don't think we care about losing the 6-2 at our attack token.
Oh, you're right.
Papercraft Dragon is bouncing.
And now we have a Playful Trickster as well. This could work out nicely. What am I not going to go for the line here? This is going to come back stun for you as well, but I don't know. I kind of like the Face Sprout, Papercraft Dragon, Playful Trickster line. If they have Quicksand, you get another chance at attacking. You do have a wider board. It's close. Instead, probably just going to cycle for this Calibrum. Try and make multiple threats here. Or sorry, the Infernum.
You always go to the spell shield unit here.
Mm-hmm.
And so you pick Caliburn, of course.
Actually, with this Infernum, I think you always win with the Owlcat because they tapped below Quicksand plus one spell.
Yeah. And I manned Infernum before, no Caliburn.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. We've both been getting a little bit tongue-tied today. I think this is going to do it. Aphelios showing its power once again. What am I is going to be able to pilot this to a victory, and we're going to get a game 3 on our hands. This is exciting.
I wonder how this deck works out against Pantheon. I haven't played the matchup.
It is not great. If you tech it with a couple Hush and a Wallop, it's a little bit better. But otherwise, you're pretty comfortable banning Pantheon with the deck.
Okay, I see. I'm pretty sure it's good against FTR.
Yeah, I think it is another skill matchup. I think most of the decks with the Aphelios, most of the matchups with Aphelios come down to player skill differential.
I can totally see that. And we have a really funny mirror match because most of the matches comes down to the attack token turn.
Mm-hmm. Who can build the bigger board?
Who presses last the end round when both Viegos are leveled.
Yeah, this is a very strange matchup to be sure, and it's one that I expect we'll see quite a bit of in the seasonal open rounds. This deck has really been popping up and becoming quite popular in the last week or so, and usually when that happens, it's because a lot of people are trying to bring it in their lineup.
That's true.
And What Am I's opening hand looks pretty good. You have everything that you could possibly want, except maybe a Hydravine, but you'll find that. You're a gamer, you have a predict.
Exactly, and it's also really early in the game to care about Hydravine.
Open attack comes through from Rogio. Chronomancer going to come out in response. Hourglass probably going to be the pickup here.
It's either Hourglass or Escape.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Merciless Hunter. We already have one.
Yeah, we have a turn 3 play with the Merciless Hunter already, like you said. And we don't really need... Hourglass is good, but Skip is also pretty good because it gives us the opportunity to draw into something else. Hourglass is going to be the option here. Protect our Viego from any wonky things like Vengeance. We don't have any other protection spells in hand. So I like the pickup from the side of What Am I? And the open pass.
Yeah, the open pass, I like it. It doesn't let the opponent develop. Like, he plays
Merciless Hunter, he just loses here.
Yeah, now we're going to go ahead and trade out the Merciless Hunter and push 4 damage. And one of my has to be really happy about the way this worked out. Soldier picked up, and this fills out the curve nicely. Merciless Hunter going to get traded off. A little bit weak to Vile Feast, but I think you have to try this nonetheless if you're Rogio.
Exactly. I think you always risk it here.
Even if the Vile Feast comes out, you're not feeling incredibly punished, right? Better to get a card out of their hand and just have a little bit more information on what's left.
That's true. Also, depending on the hands, maybe Rogio is ahead in the game because I don't think What a Mice Hunt is really doing something at this rate.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to agree with you. Our Viego's a little bit bigger, and we do have both Rite of Calling and Glimpse here. Oh, Proactive Hourglass gonna come out.
If you're about to Hourglass the Kamaboran, you always try to attack here.
I think so.
Maybe push the damage. That's a glimpse, maybe.
I think it has to be. Nothing else would go on the stack there, and it is. You're okay to let this resolve. The question is now, do you glimpse your own, or do you Hourglass?
I think you Hourglass here. You really want to make your Viego as huge as possible.
Yeah, I like this play from the side of What Am I? Viego going to continue to be a threat, going to continue to grow faster and faster as your mists are one stack larger than Rogio's. As long as you can stay ahead in this little mini game, you're feeling pretty good. Now with the Vengeance top decked, do you ever just go after the Viego? It's a little bit hasty, but you can potentially bait out some mana by using a Rite of Calling on your own mist here. Looks like What Am I is going to go for that line.
Vengeance, the enemy Viego is kinda sus because you waste an entire turn for your opponent to have an Hourglass, for example.
Staying ahead on those stacks, very important here.
Also, by killing your unit here, you stop the Viego loop that kills the ephemeral and summons another that your opponent has.
The Despair
But I
comes
like it.
out.
I like. So you played around Deny.
This
But
loses
if your
to
opponent
Hourglass
has-
harder.
Yeah, if your opponent has Hourglass here, you lose a second Viego, or your first one.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know how much I like this because of that reason.
Even Glimpse can make the work, but it's still 1-for-1, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got really punished here.
Now I think you have to glimpse your mist, or maybe just go for another proactive Hourglass. You're running out of resources rather quickly.
So, if your opponent has a Hydravine here, it's pretty much over. I mean, you still have the Vengeance, but... Oh, he will have two really big threats.
Glimpse gonna come out now. I think I agree. I think the Hydravine is game over. I might have just played the Fading Icon, see what they do. Maybe get an option to go after that Viego, if they do drop the Hydrovine, at least then you have a couple fearsome blockers and you're not in this spot.
Exactly. That's what I thought as well.
Do you have the Hourglass to Ghost block here? So you're not going to take too much damage, but this isn't a good spot to be in.
If you Ghost block though, with a pre-active Hourglass again, you find yourself a little bit vulnerable into your opponent's vengeance. And if you waste both to save the Viego, you are in a pretty hard spot.
Okay, now we'll have to see the Fading Icon developed. And we can Glimpse block. But that loses to Vile Feast, which is definitely on the table for Rogio at this point. These two cards on the right-hand side of his hand have been there for pretty much the entire game. This might be a Vile Feast play. It's actually a Rite of Calling. Now, do you ever glimpse on top of this to say if you have Vile Feast, so be it? Looks like he's...
Yeah, you glimpse, but surely not the 3-1.
Yeah, I think it had to be the 0-1. Because now we're just giving up a second fearsome blocker for no reason.
Exactly.
Our Viego is going to level up, though. So this attack can't really happen. I mean, it can, but it doesn't really matter. I actually think What Am I's won this game. We found the deny, so we're not at risk of an Atro. The enemy Viego is going to die every time. If you full attack, you're representing lethal multiple ways, but the Prey blocks one of the 5/5s. The 5/5 blocks the Viego. Yeah, and the Hydrovine has to stay behind. So this Viego is going to flip from the side of What Am I? Going to go down to 15 HP, but actually going to stay nice and healthy here.
Yeah, Viego flip here most likely means game over.
Yeah, the opponent's Viego is going to die. We ironically have to use the Rite of Negation on this Waking Sands. Which is very funny to me. We can't glimpse here.
I think that even if both Viegos level up at the same time, What Am I kills enemies Viego before Ragio kills What Am I's, and that's because of the attack tokens I was talking before the game starts.
Yes, you're right.
And it's pretty funny how a matchup can be decided by the attack token, anyways.
It is really funny. But there is something to be said about navigating it so that way you're flipping when the attack token comes back to you. Third Viego picked up from the side of What Am I, feeling very safe now. And by not blocking the 3/3, doesn't put Rogio's Viego in a position to flip. Rogio would need to have a Rite of Calling of his own to kill the 3/3 and then develop the Waking Sands. We've already seen one played, so the odds of that are pretty unlikely at this point. There's the pass. Viego's going to go ahead and die. And here's some mist.
I think this is game over.
If you're Rogio, you really need to hope that you really need to get another Viego online, but that's just not possible, as What Am I's Viego is going to kill it at the start of every round going forward. go ahead and play the Cameravorn Soldier, I imagine.
So I think this is an atrocity play. A pretty desperate play. No. So you suck your third Viego with no good reason. Unless you have a way to flip him.
This is going to force the deny. This will do it. This will do it. Forces the right of negation. And that's going to be the final nail in the coffin, I think, for Rogio.
Unless he had the right of calling, he lost. Wow!
Whoa!
Another glimpse.
Okay. We have a game on our hands. We have a game on our hands. Now Viego flips. Rogio's Viego kills our Viego.
Exactly. So he represents open attack lethal at this moment.
If we put our Viego in an hourglass, we're safe, right?
Yeah. We definitely have to consider that. We have to pre-commit Hourglass here and Vile Fist to block the ephemeral units.
Or double hourglass, so that way we have a soldier and another mist.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, double Hourglass is better.
This doesn't actually draw a champion,
I
right?
think it doesn't have another one. Yeah.
Yeah. Has the hourglass here. Sees the line. Yep. This is the only way we don't die, I think. Are we surviving, though? I honestly have no idea. This is such a weird game that we found ourselves in. Viego mirrors are not something I want to be experiencing in my games, which is part of the reason why I'm not on this deck right now. Flip gonna come through.
Either. At least not this version.
No! It looks like... What happened there? We're fine. We're not dead. Right?
So all we have to do is survive this round.
And then we can go for Atro.
And we have the deny backup. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't think we're dying just yet, thankfully.
We can even sack our Viego, maybe, and play another, but it's weak to Vengeance. Or another... Oh no, he has... Rogio is on third Viego, so he doesn't have Despair. And even if he did, he dies. So our Viego is only weak against Vengeance here.
Yeah, we'll see if Rogio has the answer that he needs, and if it'll be enough at the end of the day. It's really hard to give accurate commentary and insightful commentary on a matchup that you've never played before and that you've rarely seen played out. But man, this is a game that we've been watching. All right.
There is also one really weird and risky line that you can, for example, play Atro and you're deny on the stack to kill a unit. and you kill the enemy that way.
That is a line that's possible. It's still not quite enough even if we do that, right? It would have to be after.
We are 1-0, but I mean for the next round.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm not quite sure if we get an ephemeral unit here from Viego, because we always summon an exact copy, and he used his effect last round, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it doesn't actually generate one this round. Do you have to deny this? You do.
Yeah.
No, you... Do you?
No, but you don't sack your unit.
You actually don't have to deny this. You can use the Despair instead. Right? Because leveled Viego creates a mist every time.
Yeah, but he doesn't, as we talked last second.
We thought that, but I just saw it from the deny and it said that it did.
Uh, he did it from the deny, but the eye saw the spider link, I think.
They weren't both on the stack at the same time, were they? Oh, I guess they were. You're right,
Yeah.
you're right, you're right. You are correct. This is such a weird spot to be in.
So the enemy has to play Hourglass here on the Viego and win with Atrocity.
Yep. No other options from the side of Rogio.
Because we are one of lethal, and if he Atros, we are two of lethal, so
And Rogio doesn't have the Hourglass to save his Viego.
it still has the Atro play though with the Ephemeral.
What am I just going to go ahead and pass? Hourglass going to come out.
I'm not quite sure about this line though.
Now you just
I
attack
mean-
with the mist, right?
Yeah, you always do.
This line protects your Viego. Oh, actually, the Pastor's going to come out here.
So Hydra Vine is summoned. You get the Ephemeral.
And the mist is stolen.
Wow, I didn't think he would steal the mist.
Yeah, neither did I, actually. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
That's interesting.
Oh boy. We are still just wide enough, but we're losing our Viego here. Oh no. Is this lethal? It's not.
Oh, I'm not sure because we get another Ephemeral.
We're okay here. If
But we lose our Viego. But we do have another.
And now third Viego. This should be very, very safe. If Vengeance comes out, we can go for an Atro. Although I would imagine that last card is a deny. We'll see what Rogio top decks and if he's capable of actually doing anything here. What am I can't go for this Spirit Leech? It's just going to open attack instead. Not enough blockers from the side of Rogio. Has to take some damage here. Fully trades off the board.
So Rogio needs Hydra Vine and an Atro.
Hydra
If
Vine
there's
is...
a Hydra Vine,
Yeah, you just Atro a mist here. And that's going to be
Yeah,
game.
wow.
You have to do the
Insane.
Atro there, right? Because if they have the deny, you need to force it out. And if the
Yeah.
if the deny comes out, then you just glimpse the Hydra Vine that you stole, use the Spirit Leech, and then you're stealing the opponent's Hydra Vine again, and you're still winning from that spot. So very well navigated by What Am I? That was an insane mirror match. Learned a lot there.
That's what I was talking about. I really love his gameplays and his mindset. I love the way he plays.
Certainly one of the best players in the Shard. I personally have learned a ton from him in the past, and that does appear to be one of the longest games that was going on in this round because everybody else appears to have finished except for 4LW. So we might be able to get into the end of his match here. Looks like it's starting. And it's more Viego, except this time, actually, this is a Gnosis deck. I lied.
The Nasus Saxon deck we were talking about before the podcast.
And that's a stress defense coming out from the side of BNT. These teammates have definitely practiced a little bit. They seem to know their matchup here. BNT being very cautious not to let 4LW actually take out this Librarian. But with the stress defense out of the way, there's a very reasonable chance that 4LW can just go for the Atro lethal next turn. Has 2 wings in the wave here, has the Absolver as well. Face Sprout digging for something.
I would really love to see this game from the beginning and see how the Axa Nasus deck works out. I'm really curious.
Me too. I tried to play Gnosis Thresh, and it just did not go well for me. Now, will we see the Wings in the Wave committed here onto the Fading Icon and then onto the Butcher just to start building up those stacks? Looks like we are going to see it happen. Yeah, it doesn't go back. When are we going to get a match replay feature? Riot, please.
So, unless HDR plays Haas, I think this is pretty much over.
Yeah, this has got to be game. The Absolver's going to come out onto the Gnosis. The Atro's going to come out as well. And the only thing that can stop that is another stress defense.
Or a Haas.
Yes, or a Hush. Oh, Guiding Touch will do it as well.
Oh, yeah, we forgot about Guiding Touch. Unlucky.
Unlucky indeed. Well played by 4LW to try and find his way to the victory there, but it wasn't quite enough. We'll see if that was the last game in the series. I imagine it was, that they were pretty deep in the timer.
When I see Absolver, I always consider it as a 2-card spell.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't have the other one that gives another +2 because he didn't level a champion. And I didn't even realize it.
Yeah, no level champions in that game means that 4LW didn't have the option to play the second half and just ended up losing to that Guiding Touch, which is so unfortunate. Looks like that is it for the round, so we're going to cut to a quick break while the third round is generated. Thank you all for sticking with us, and thank you once again to our sponsors, Community Gaming, for partnering up with MasteringRuneterra to help bring you guys this Road to Seasonals tournament series. We'll be right back. Hope to see you then. Welcome back, everybody. That was a little bit of an extended break. Thank you for sticking with us. My roommate got home and I haven't seen him in a couple days. Had to say hello. Once again, for those of you just joining us, I'm MonteXristo. I'm joined by Legacy of Yone, all the way from Greece, who is doing a phenomenal job for his first cast, especially given the fact that it's like 5 in the morning for him right now. So huge ups to him. Show him lots of love in the chat. But we are just going to jump straight into a game of two of our XO players who are also teammates, Gravetrail versus Void. And we have an Aphelios mirror. This, from what I'm told, really comes down to Assistant Librarian, Aphelios, and Rainbow Fish. So Void is looking to be in a very good spot here.
Yeah, Void is surely in a great spot. He has all the advantages. He has Face Sprout in the hand. On the other hand, there is a Fizz with a Papercraft Dragon on the Gravetrail hand.
Yeah, definitely can be a threat for Grave as well.
He already has a Papercraft Dragon onto the Lantern with an overwhelm weapon.
Yeah, this is very spooky. We've jumped into this game with both players at 20 HP, but that's going to change very, very quickly. Void can potentially find a wall up or a stress defense off of this trinket trade to give him a little bit of a few more outs, but we'll see how this works out for him here. I imagine you just take the Crescendum here, try and roll an elusive unit.
Exactly. Surely a Crescendum.
There's that Papercraft Dragon coming onto the Fizz.
That 20 HP is gonna change dramatically, man.
Hail Cascade picked up off of the Assistant Librarian's draw. And Feyfolk in option.
Feyfolk is huge here, but not in the defensive turn.
Yeah, it's going to be important for getting some HP back from the side of Void. And here we're looking again for another elusive unit, another Fey, another Rainbow Fish.
That's rough. 2 Face Sprout missed.
But we can once again go 6 wide here. As long as we can survive this turn, there's a good chance that we'll be okay. And it was Crescendo picked up, just like we anticipated. And there's a Mushroom Ring picked up from the side of Gravetrail as well.
Yeah, it's a great unit with good attack power and the quick attack.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the card, actually. I'm a little bit surprised that it hasn't been played in a main deck, but it is often a very, very good pickup off of these Face Sprouts.
Yeah, I think you don't really want to play this guy because you're losing the tempo most of the times.
Mm-hmm.
You already need to have a built-up board. But when you find him from the telescope, from Major, Face Sprout and stuff, it's a really solid pick.
And for those of you like myself who want Pale Cascade to be unnerved, Fizz Papercraft Dragon has your back. With this combo, it can once again deal 2 extra damage to your opponent's face. We did see it cycled there just for that extra little bit of damage, as well as a look at the top card in our list. And now Void, once again, has the option to go 6 wide here with the Crescendum, with the Feyfolk. Severum, of course, as well. Going to let him pick up some extra HP. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to survive the next turn.
Yeah, without Papercraft Dragon here or the Overwhelm weapon, he's in a really hard spot.
He put himself on the wrong cycle for this turn as well. Preservarium.
Yeah, that's a high roll.
Yeah, the Hexplosive Minefield not going to do anything next turn anyways, so I think Preservarium is probably the best card you could find. The one problem, though, your board's not going to be wide enough. Sorry, your board is going to be too wide to actually allow it to stay.
Yeah, you maybe have to attack with everything here, just to force some blocks and rebuild your board.
Here comes the Severum. Oh wait, the Aphelios is going to level up. This is going to reset. And that's a
Yeah,
Bastion.
mm,
You can go for the Infernum. Can you ever actually find the lethal? This takes us to 8. Pale Cascade goes to 9. I don't think it's going to be quite enough.
do we have the mana? Yeah, we do. If we play Severum, does it give Infernum or not? Yeah, it does.
It does, yeah.
So if you play Severum, you flip Aphelios, play Pale into Guiding, into 1 mana Infernum. Do you have lethal though?
I don't think so. I think it's too short.
Also, your enemy has gravity many ways. Oh man. I just got really excited for no reason.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We do have Bastion to protect us against that. But then we're tapped out. I think we are going to have to play it here. Oh. Do we just take our swing now and guarantee our HP?
Yeah, that's the only option.
So we do have outs, right? We can go Pale Cascade swing. And then we can find Pokey Stick off of the Trinket trade. And Pokey Stick off the top deck. And that's lethal technically. No
But
Pokey Stick found.
he always blocks the librarian, right? And he doesn't have overwhelm anymore.
Does he block the Librarian?
Yeah, I mean, why you shouldn't? You have a Fizz with double attack and and overwhelm next round, so you don't need that.
You know what? You're right. You just give up this. You just give up the Gleaming Lantern. And if you give up the Gleaming Lantern, you can then play the Elusive onto the Mushroom Ring. And you're really happy with that.
Exactly.
Now, if you're Void, what do you do in this spot? Looks like it's go for the Infernum onto the Mushroom Ring. Try and present some kind of lethal threat of your own.
So I think you have to play Preservarium afterwards.
Yeah, I think you do. Because nothing else is going to do a whole lot for you here. Banking the mana doesn't really matter. Cycling maybe matters, but you're going to cycle with the Preservarium anyways. And it looks like Void opts not to do it.
Okay, so now we need to find a stress defense. Most likely.
Yeah, we do. We did find the Trinket trade off the top, so that's a good start. Is Calibrum also going to go ahead and help us take out the Mushroom Ring? Cycle into Gravitum as well. We might just be forced into a spot where we have to use the Gravitum that we cycled on the Fizz. And of course, we're going to see that that will be punished by a Trinket trade. Not what you want to see here if you're Void.
Maybe you want to stun the librarian.
If you can only feel one thing, Fel, that'd be my light.
It's a possibility.
I mean, this is too much. Wow. He's only 7 though.
Yeah, so I think we do stun the Librarian, because then we're not quite dead. We do have the healing.
Exactly, we have the guiding touch here. But again, he has another elusive unit with
With the Rainbow Fish, right? You've put yourself in a weird spot now, where I don't think anything you do actually matters. You can take any line you want, and I think at the end of the day, it's still going to be losing. Oh. No, with this play, we're okay. We can just fully block. Even going to go ahead and save the 2 HP.
I think that you never block Fizz here. You just guiding touch.
I agree with you.
Because you already know what he has in hand. And you can't play around Trinket Trade into Pale Cascade or Flame Splitter. You just can't. You lose every value here that you have on board.
Yeah, how do you win from this spot if you give up your Librarian? You just don't, right? Spell Thief. Not quite enough. This Mushroom Ring... Actually, the Mushroom Ring's gonna get big enough, right? But it's still stunned, isn't it?
He stunted last round, if I'm not mistaken.
You're correct. Okay. Oh, we didn't play the Fey Folk! We needed to play the Fey Folk for the buff.
Yeah.
Crescendo. There's an Overwhelm unit that maybe sometimes matters. Rarely, but it might matter. Yeah, if we played the Fey Folk here, we can force a block by the Fizz.
I like those Aphelios matches because it's a deck you rarely see in the ladder, and it's really interesting seeing how it works out in a tournament environment.
It has been really popping off in these tournaments. It's been going really crazy. A lot of people have been topping with it. A lot of the top players are now saying it's one of the top decks in the format, despite arguing against it so vehemently before the patch. I had more than a few people tell me, oh, it's nothing special. And now everybody's clamoring to get it. I think it was being held down a little bit by Sundis before, but I didn't find that matchup to be too tricky, personally. And Grave Trail does have an option now.
So Spellthief gave him...
Base Sprout.
Do you really pass there? Or you just continue digging with a face sprout?
What are we digging for, though?
Another elusive, maybe? I'm not sure. Because if you find another elusive, you don't really need to give up on Fizz.
That's true. And here we see the Chum the Waters come out. Do you even care about the Fizz at this point, though? Because you can just play Chum the Waters on the 2 remaining units and drag them out of the way. Severum probably got to be the pick. Calibrum also a decent option here. I don't think it matters, though. Minion! That's a funny pickup.
Those sharks really hurt at this moment.
I don't think there's anything that can be done here from the side of Void. Calibrum was the pick. There's Pokestick.
I guess you always open attack here, grab the units with a low, yeah, like that.
Yeah, I like this. Now Void has literally nothing. I don't think there's anything in this deck that can do it. Third Trinket trade into whatever doesn't do it. We're at negative 14 here.
Maybe he has that stress defense in hand? No.
No, not quite. Bastion saves us 1 HP.
Not enough.
We still would have been at 1 over, even if we pre-committed the Tiny Shield, we would have been at negative 1. So, nothing to be done there. That was a very interesting start to this round. And I, for one, am quite glad we got to see it. As you said, a lot of skill expression in those Aphelios mirrors.
And Grave Trail navigated the deck really well.
Such a weird matchup to play. When we came in, we mentioned that how we both felt that Void was in a really good spot because he did have the Assistant Librarian plus the Aphelios plus the Rainbow Fish, but Grave had it all as well, had the Papercraft Dragon and the Fizz. I think top decking that Fizz on the turn we came in was the big difference maker. It just let him put on so much pressure with the Infernum. And here we have game 2. Looks like Grave is on Zigs Taliyah. I know this has been a favorite deck of his this season. Seen him on it quite a few times. And Void is just going to go ahead and run it back with the Aphelios.
So, Zigs Taliyah. How is this matchup though?
I think it's Aphelios favored.
Yeah, me too.
I think it is Aphelios favored for sure.
And we see the lanterns, we see Aphelios, we see Fizz. All we need to find is the attached units.
Zig's just going to go ahead and come down. A little bit surprising that we didn't see the 3-3, but... And I've had a lot of Zigs Taliyah players tell me that you don't want to be playing Zigs on 3, but to that I say why? Just play the Zigs, deal damage. If you have nothing better. In this case, we did have the Endless Devout, so I do think it's a little bit odd. Especially since we've got the Desert Naturalist as well, but... Zigs on 3 is fine if you have nothing better.
Yeah, also I think it depends on the matchup, like what can he do for a Ziggs on 3?
Can Pale Cascade and give up the Lantern, but then you're trading Lantern for Ziggs and you're pretty happy with that, having second Ziggs in hand.
Exactly. Also Lantern gives you a lot of mana advantage, so if you give it up on it on exactly the curve, I don't think you want to do it.
Yeah, it's probably not the best play. Ziggs is going to get in for 4 is better than Devout getting in for 3. I do think that this is a race. And if you have a read on Aphelios, which Grave might have, delaying 1 turn and trying to get around that Gravitum can be a good thing. Fortunately, it didn't work out this time, but we'll see if he can continue to navigate this in a way that gives him the advantage. Here's the Desert Naturalist coming in for the tempo swing of the Rock Bear. Unfortunately, it's not a stun landmark, so no stun to be had, no board damage to be pushed, but still, putting 7-8 worth of stats on the board on turn 5 is pretty good.
So Void's lineup is also Zigs Taliyah, and the other deck is Pantheon. I would assume Pantheon is banned, so maybe we will see a mirror match afterwards.
Yeah, that would be interesting for sure. The Zigs Taliyah mirrors are pretty tricky ones to navigate. We see the Zigs being traded for that Lantern, but that doesn't matter so much anymore. The Lantern got its value. Do have to stop some damage.
That's true. And my guess is that you don't really care if you go low in this deck, because as you said before, it's a race. And you always have the Severn backup.
A crescent path opens before us. Watch out for the hot dogs, you maniac! They better watch out for me! What a shame for you! Another day, another
Here comes Ziggs number 2, just in time to set it up for a Taliyah duplication. And that could very well be the end for Void. Unfortunately, I think we might have to see this Hourglass being used here just to stop the lifesteal damage from coming through.
This librarian is pretty thick, huh?
It is quite the massive librarian at this point. Are we going to see the Hourglass come out? That's my big question here. How much do we care about this 5 points of healing?
We do have the Absolver, but we are far away from leveling Zigs.
Well, he's at 3 out of 4, so the Hourglass does it.
Yeah, maybe it's the way to go. You save, you deal 5 damage to the opponent in a sense. You level up Fizz, you can develop Taliyah. Also, you have the Absolver play.
Yeah, this is probably the best option from the side of Grave. You can, of course, be saving it for the double Taliyah or for duplicating Zigs, but if we're doing that, then we need to make board space and trade something else off. Looks like he's actually just going to go ahead and say, okay.
So we have Magus here, but it's still not triggered.
Yeah, not quite yet. Absolver would have helped with that as well. Or, sorry, Hourglass would have set that one up as well. Another Endless Devout. Again, not sure this is the card we want to be playing in this spot. Can make things quite clunky with our board space, and we do really want to be getting this Taliyah down. Then again, a full swing looks like a pretty good option here. Gravitum comes out, and it's just going to stun lock the 3-3 here. And this is the spot that you really, really don't want to find yourself in if you're Grave Trail. You're left with some subpar units on the board. You don't really have access to Overwhelm yet. Your Taliyah's locked in the hand. She can come down, but she's not leveled. This feels bad, and it feels like you're on the verge of losing this game.
Yeah, it's a really hard spot. And you are down to trade your Fizz again. I'm not quite sure about that.
Now we're gonna force this forces the hourglass. We can't lose this Zigs, I don't think.
Yeah, we surely cannot afford losing Zigs here.
Grave agrees, so there's the hourglass, just like we predicted. And now we're still in a pretty bad spot. We don't have the mana to play this Herald. It also isn't active still. Taliyah still can't come down. Don't have the mana for that either. And this 3-3 Endless Devout is going to be board locked for the next turn as well.
Also, we have now from the Void side, we have the Shark that can trade Zigs and forces Grave Trail to play Magus here, or even the Minefield.
Yeah, that was a really beneficial top deck. Let's just
But
save the Magus.
I think you need the blocker also.
Yeah, Void probably has lethal outs with this Fizz spell here. Grave, I would imagine, plays the Minefield first, because then it can be overridden by the Magus if we get another action, anticipating this Infernum. Oh, actually goes for the Magus first. I guess we can overwrite the stunned unit. I don't really want to be giving up potential damage off the landmark, so I think we overwrite the Endless Devout with the landmark here. It actually just passed back. Okay. Grave knows his teammate, predicts that Void is going to go for that ping on the Calibrum, frees up a board space to play this down landmark. But still, this is looking very dire.
Is there any way of surviving here?
I don't think so.
Because she has a rally in hand as well.
Yeah, I think the rally... Oh, tapped out of rally. So now I think there's a chance.
Because it must.
Another stun.
Yeah, I think you always go for the rally here.
This is still just lethal, right? Fizz gets
Is it?
through.
3-3.
We pulled the Zigs to the 1-2. It's not quite. It's exact, but it's not because we have a blocker. Rally would have been, though. I'm a big fan of the rally line myself. Unfortunate we tapped ourselves out of it.
Okay, so now it is lethal, I think.
Yeah, we did just overwrite the Aphelios. I like that. Very heads up from Void. Found his way to a lethal. That was 2-0 for Void. No. Nope. We're back to 1-1. We're going to get to see another mirror matchup potentially.
Yeah.
I am pretty excited to see how these players navigate the Zigs Taliyah mirror matchup. It is one that I've been trying to get my head around. It's one I expect to play quite a bit. I've kind of teched my own list to be a little bit faster than most people's, so I'm pretty comfortable just trying to go under my opponent in this matchup, but These players are both a little bit on the heavier side, still playing the Arsenal and stuff like that. We'll see what they end up doing and how they manage to navigate and come out ahead.
Yeah, it's surely one of the most interesting mirror matches. This and the last one with the Viego,
Mhm.
I really love those. So, because it all comes down to a key round, the blast round, that you go all in and you go off with everything.
That is very true. Do you want to just check your client? Looks like we have the second hand, but it's a bit wonky for some reason. Ah, there we go.
How about that? Yeah.
No problem. And Endless Devouts both hit the board at the same time here. Players opting not to trade them off, don't want to give each other that leg up. I think if you're Void with the Herald in hand already, you might actually want to be going for that. Now, it does feel bad if they end up developing here and there's nothing you can do about it, but I don't know. I think just starting that countdown a turn sooner is going to prevent you from having those board space issues. It's one thing that I've learned, and I would rather trade the Devout. I would rather trade Devouts than have my Devout traded into a 3-1 like this.
Yeah, for sure. I think when you get the chance, you always suck the devout there.
And here we are going to see the Roiling Sands played out. I imagine we just go for our Zigs here. Yep. The one thing about trading, which Void might have been thinking of, is that if you trade, it gives Grave the very, very nice option of Taliyah onto a one countdown sarcophagus, which would put 2 5/3s on the board, and that could be very punishing. I don't like this attack.
Okay, that makes sense.
I'm not a fan of this attack. I think putting this damage on our Zigs is a little bit sketchy. Obviously, they're setting up for a Taliyah duplication with that proactive Hourglass, but I can't stand by that. Minefield is potentially a pickup here, but I don't know that it's going to be enough. These Zigs are not quite leveled. Our Zigs is, though.
Yeah, but I think the moment you use Unraveled Earth, Taliyah levels, and I think it's probably open attack lethal here. Of course we have the deny though, but
We have to give up our Zigs. We have to use the deny. No Absolver option. And this is going to put us in a bad spot as well, because now we're a little bit behind the Arsenal. Still taking 6. And if we develop anything... Well, these Zigs are already leveling.
yeah, we have the landmarks that are countdown.
That's just lethal for the side of Grave, right? These landmarks pop, the turn rolls over. Our Zig's not going to do quite enough, but Grave Zig's going to level up, and the second one going to go ahead and pop. So, what I learned from this matchup is that it's very key to have a leveled champion, a duplicated champion on the board. You can duplicate a champion, you're almost certainly going to win there.
Yeah.
And
It seems like that's a key factor.
let's see if there's any more games ongoing in this round for us here. Looks like we might be able to get one more 4LW game if that's still ongoing. Seems to be the only player taking a long time with his one of the only players taking a long time with his rounds here. Everybody else has completed already. It looks like it is still going. Can we see that Nami Fizz deck? Nope, it's a Scout's Mirror.
Scout's Mirror. Okay, that's interesting. And no MF in both sides of the field.
What a strange spot we jumped into here. That is a 4 Demacia from the side of Rogio. It's always funny when you jump into a turn late because everything's accelerated for a little bit.
That's Cythria though. It really hurts.
Yes, it does. That Cythria seems like it's going to spell GG for the side of 4LW. Gonna match with his own Genevieve. At least develop a couple blockers, but Rogio, no! Kill the fearsome units. Kill the fearsome blockers, bro. This doesn't matter. It's a 2-4. Don't we kill the 3-3 here and then go after the scout?
Always kill the 3-3. Maybe he was afraid of something like scout. I mean like sharp sight.
It's nerfed. It doesn't matter. You would need double sharp sight.
No. If he attacked onto a 3-5, it would go like 4-7.
Yeah, so we pulled the 3-3 and we take that off the board. No, it didn't matter actually, right? This is heads up from 4LW. Saves his board. Knows he's not dying immediately. And if Rogio doesn't have the rally, still has a chance here. But actually can't make use of it himself. Now, with this Brightsteel Protector, can't go after the Cythria. And that might just be enough. Oh no, it looks like Rogio does have the rally to line up with this for Demacia. And if so, that's probably going to be the nail in the coffin here.
If he has rally, it should be GG at this spot. You seal the Cythria. I mean, do you even seal the Cythria? I think you do.
I think you try to. Right? There's no point in saving anything else. Oh, looks like Rogio disagrees, doesn't care. But I think this is going to spell game over for 4LW in this spot.
He needs to do it like this. So when he attacks, C3 is still safe because it will be blocked by a 2-2, no matter what. So he tries to save another unit possibly.
Now we're still just doomed. We can't recover the board to a position where we're stable.
Exactly, we lose in the open attack here.
4LW recognizes that and hits surrender. I think that's going to be it for this round. So once again, just a quick thank you to our sponsors, CommunityGaming.io. They've been such wonderful partners teaming up with Mastering Runeterra to bring you guys this tournament series, the Road to Seasonals tournament series, as well as lots of our previous ones, and we hope to continue working with them in the future. They even went so far as to add Switch functionality to their site for us. That was specifically as at our request. But yeah, we're going to cut to one more quick break before the fourth round, which may or may not be our final round. We'll find out. I got to take a look at the scores and see how everybody is doing so far. But yeah, we'll be right back, guys. Thanks for sticking with us, and we hope you see you after the break. What's up, everybody? I'm MonteXristo. Welcome back, and I'm joined by Legacy of Yone. Welcome back to another Mastering Runeterra Road to Seasonals tournament series. We are in our final round of the night. We might still potentially have a top cut. I'm honestly not sure how that's going to go, but boy, do we have a great final matchup for you guys. Yone, do you want to tell them what that matchup is and if you're how you think it might play out? We did get to see both of these players once already tonight.
I really respect what am I, as I have said before. He's one of the few players that I really admire. His mindset and his gameplay is on another level. And I met Grave Trail just now in the previous games, and I really like the lines he takes. He plays really unique in a really unique way and navigates the deck well. So I think it's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, I think it should be a really, really interesting matchup for us as well. While we're waiting for this to start, I am just going to take us over to the bracket. And as you guys can see here, Grave Trail and What Am I are our top two seeds, followed up by B&T and Easy to Win. So I believe no matter how this works out, we may not have it. I actually don't know. So if Easy to Win, if B&T wins, he stays undefeated. Okay, B&T needs to win for us to get a top cut, basically is what's going on here. And if we do get a top cut, I will probably be solo casting that because Yone has to go to work. But we are in game, and it's another Aphelios mirror. This should be a fun one.
Yeah, I really enjoyed last time, and I'm down to see it again.
So What Am I kicked everything except for one Grandfather Fae. That's a little bit interesting to me. I think I would have kept the Fizz myself. I tend to place a higher priority on Fizz than a lot of people, though, as Fizz is one of my favorite champions.
He surely is strong, and I think in the mirror match, he's one of the key factors. I don't know why. What am I?
I think
Why?
I think it's because he was looking for other stuff like Gleaming Lantern, like Aphelios, like a Papercraft Dragon or a Rainbow Fish. While Fizz is important, we have lots of time to draw him, and he doesn't become very important until the later stages of the game when we're trying to use him to push that lethal finisher. What Am I goes for the face route and finds the Gleaming Lantern as a 4-4. This is going to let him continue to keep up with Grave Trail, but Grave Trail has a face route of his own. We'll see what he picks up off of it. I gotta get Ice-T to show me how to do the pop up for the thing. I'll have to hit him up at some point so that way we can get that for you guys maybe before Friday. But it is a Grandfather Fae from the side of Grave Trail as well, so both these players are going to be able to match the boards here.
This is really interesting. Before we saw a hand that makes no sense for what am I, and now he's even on board with just a face sprout.
Yeah, it is quite amazing the power of being able to manifest a Fae unit like that. If you get a little bit lucky, you can keep your hand, you can smooth out your hand and just streamline your game plan. Fizz comes down to match Graves, and now Gleaming Lantern are going to come out from the side of Grave Trail as well. What am I has to be feeling like he's in a bit of a tough spot here. And maybe you look at Telescope in this position. Find yourself a crazy out. If you can find something like a Ruination in this matchup, it can really be game swinging. And it looks like What Am I kind of agrees with me as he's picked it up here.
Yeah, I don't think Librarian is the way to go. I mean, at least with this hand.
Looks
You
like
don't have any attached units, and you don't have Aphelios.
I have to agree with you there. The other option we had, I think, was not even a real consideration at this point. I don't even remember what it was, but we didn't go for it. Looks like the Fizz trade is going to be taken from the side of Grave Trail, and I think you're pretty happy with this. What Am I did just pick up that Fizz this turn, and you've already gotten some value out of your own.
Exactly, and moreover, he found the elusive unit out of Face Sprout. So once again, he's in a really good position.
was a consideration to maybe look at that augmented experimenter, but it's not going to be quite good enough. Instead, just goes for the Yordle Ranger, and this will hopefully let What Am I put some more power onto the board while also buffing up his unit's HP to totals that can't really be contested.
Exactly. Although I wouldn't ever pick Augment Experimenter because we already have really a lot of card in our hand to recycle it.
My thought process there is that none of these cards really matter right now. Yes, we have a ton of cards, you're right, but none of them are particularly good. And What Am I showing he's a gamer finds the elusive unit, the one of in his list, is going to be able to slam it down here and chump block this 7-5. Aphelios puts a quick stop to that plan, though.
The brighter my light, the stronger your shadow.
Infernum picked up first. This is becoming a pretty common trend in this game, in these mirror matches. And it's not something that we're particularly used to seeing out of Aphelios. Normally, it's Crescendum, Calibrum, Gravitum. Almost never is it the Infernum first, but we have seen it a number of times already tonight.
Yeah, and you talked about it before. It's a really interesting line to take, and I'm starting to loving it a lot
Yeah, it's
because you always think of Aphelios as an engine that makes value in your hand and stuff,
mhm.
but here it's just so aggressive.
Yeah, this is a deck that really wants to be closing out the game quite fast. It has the ability to play slow if it needs to, but when you're 6 wide and you have an Aphelios on the board, why not just start churning out that damage with the Infernum?
Time to reveal our superior battle tactics.
I don't see a reason not to.
And here's that Yordle Ranger that we saw picked up earlier off the telescope. Calibrum going to come out here in response. Let Grave Trail cycle a bit.
Ah, shuffle buttons. You're not a hero, right?
As far as deck lists go, I'm just pulling them up so I can get a better comparison of what's in these lists from both sides here. Grave Trail is on a 2-2 split of Rainbow Fish Papercraft, 1 Flame Spitter, 1 Wallop, 2 Guiding Touch, 2 Trinket Trades. These are kind of the slots that people usually look to adjust. What Am I, on the other hand, 1 Group Shot, 1 Flame Spitter, and also that 2-2 split, and has gone down, is actually running 2 Bandle Commandos and 2 Conchologists. So some slight differences that might end up mattering a little bit. We'll see if that group shot can be picked up and maybe make a difference.
The spell lineup is in almost every deck list the same. There is only a few changes here and there, but that unit difference with the Concologist and the Commander, it's really interesting to think about it.
Oh, the other thing I've noticed here is that What Am I is only on a single trinket trade. And that, I don't know. That's one thing that really has never made sense to me. We're playing a deck that kind of focuses around Fizz and like just finding value out of nowhere. So why are we playing only 1 copy of Trinket Trade? What Am I, though, is quite the gamer. We'll see if he can put this list to work and make it happen for him.
I'm not quite sure either. To be honest with you, I'm a self-hulk addict, so Trinket Trade is one of my favorite cards. I
So
can't help myself by playing surely more than one.
Shelf Oak is definitely a fun card as well, for sure. This is just going to be lethal from the side of Grave, though. What Am I has to forced into this? Has no choice, but with the Trinket Trade picked up off the top, Grave is perfectly fine. Very happy to see this play of desperation. And that's going to take us to a quick game, too. I imagine both these players banned out Pantheon. So we will likely see Sandy Viego come up. Cycling to try and find some answers. No answers could be found. Grave Trail up 1-0.
So it's once again the Aphelios Viego matchup.
Actually, I think it's Aphelios Zigs Taliyah this time. I misspoke.
Yeah, you are right.
Assuming the Pantheon got banned, which makes a lot of sense to me. The Pantheon can be problematic for Aphelios.
So Grave Trail decides to play the unfavorite matchup first. I mean, he doesn't have a choice. What am I talking about?
He probably just
He
flipped a
won
coin,
the game.
or just played the list he felt was stronger of the two. But I know Grave has been on Ziggs Taliyah pretty much the entire season and some of last one as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a coin flip that ended up with the Aphelios mirror.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
You best believe I don't play.
So Commander on Curve is doing some work here.
On it.
Yeah, Commander's going to do a lot of work here. Owlcat's going to be able to eat these Roiling Sands, and that's not something that you're too concerned with, as you're going to be able to generate more. I would imagine this is a matchup where the double commando comes out quite strong.
Yeah, I can totally see that for sure. I mean, triggering those landmarks for free is so important in this matchup.
Absolutely. If you're forced to play something like an Aphelios into one of these Roiling Sands, you can be really sad about that. And now
Yeah,
here, I imagine we will see the Owlcat come down. And if the Ziggs goes after this, we can Flame Spitter to punish.
exactly, because Spell Shield is so strong in this unit.
Can even... I think we take the pass here. What am I considering developing further, but not quite worth it. The one thing I do like about Bandle Commandos is that they give you a much better target for Flame Spitter. If you're not running them, then Fizz is really the only somewhat decent target. And while that's okay, it's not fantastic. Yeah. You want to be using it more for finishing power than anything else.
So once again, Watamai plays pretty carefully here, trying to avoid developing Aphelios into landmarks, but I think he has to at this point.
Could just opt to give up the Librarian instead. But it is close. I do agree with you that we're getting to the point where we need the value out of Aphelios.
I'm not sure that you can skip another turn on Aphelios. It's round 5 is pretty strong for the Taliyah
Got the book.
Zigs.
I kind of like going for the group shot here as well. Looks like we're just going to play the Trinket Trade instead. If we were going to play the Trinket Trade, why didn't we just go for it and take the Otterpuss?
Exactly, and we could trigger the landmark before the librarian that way.
Mm-hmm. That also opens up the way for Aphelios. Not quite. We're tapped out because we played the Owlcat already. But still. Oh. What am I has the option to go after the Zigs? It will get punished by the Absolver, and the second Ziggs will be able to be played anyways, but it's definitely a real consideration here.
So Grave Trail decides to skip another attacking turn and make a full move on turn 7.
Yeah, there's only one Rite of Negation in the deck from the side of Grave Trail, so I think I like this by What Am I? If you get an Absolver out here, you're okay. If you get the Rite of the Negation out here, well, you have a Papercraft Dragon plus Aphelios. That's going to let you set up potential Infernum Lethals. This is aggressive, but I think it is correct.
Okay, so now we play the second Ziggs anyways,
Mm-hmm.
and we can open with Minefield. after the Aphelios drop. Because I think Aphelios will go again into overwhelming spell shield unit with quick attack, maybe? Or we don't have the mana.
We
We
don't
don't
have
have the
the
mana.
mana just yet. I do think Aphelios comes down this turn, though. Oh, one of my disagrees. Wants to just stay wide and go aggro this way. And, you know, this is something I can get behind as well. This line lets us go for the double attack and Flame Spitter line. And that could be quite strong. You can even hold the Flame Spitter as a follow-up to the Quicksand, potentially.
I think you always develop Zigs here, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You set this up so you could have 2 Zigs. Well, you got 2 Zigs. It just ended up being a little wonky. Funnily enough, if we find another Hourglass, we can potentially get 4 Zigs on board, which is ridiculous.
I think 4 Zigs on board is like 1 turn kill.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Do you think here we can delay Taliyah 1 turn and play with the Preservarium combo for max draw?
Looks like Grave Trail thinks so.
Yeah, but the big ones are, well, bigger.
I think the mana works out a little bit better for this as well. Oh, opted to go for the stun there. Makes sense. Don't want to be threatened by too much damage. Don't want to have to burn this quicksand if you don't. I don't know. Using the stun there.
You don't have the space to play your cards properly.
Well, you can chump block down now here.
I will run you over.
You will just take out these owl cats. We're not going to kill the spell shield unit. A little strange from the side of Grave Trail. I think, yes, the Owlcat has vulnerable and... But it also has spell shield. How much do we care about the vulnerable tag?
I think he wants to kill it with Taliyah.
Okay.
And he doesn't really care about the spell shield yet because Battle Commando always produces another.
And this Flame Spitter going to be used to go after the Zigs here. Can't get punished by this Quicksand.
This Quicksand is insane because it stops from developing another Owlcat.
Yeah. Yep, it does, if you want to use it that way. And Grave actually just going to go ahead and let it through.
Okay, so it seems like he wants to go with the Preservarium Taliyah line.
And finds the Absolver. Is going to have enough mana to cast it this turn as well. Second Quicksand picked up too. If you go duplication on the stun landmark here, you have very serious lethal potential, I think. No, what am I still at 20? Not quite. Yeah, I think this has to be the line from the side of Grave Trail. And there's that Taliyah attack like we talked about, going after the Owlcat. Doesn't really care about Spell Shield. The Zigs gonna start going ping, 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 ping. Putting one of my to 14 after this round rolls over.
Okay, I think we are pretty safe with double quicksand. What am I still hasn't didn't find the elusive attached unit?
Yeah, this Fizz will keep double attack, but the elusive's gonna go away, letting it be blocked.
Exactly. Our hunt is full again.
This is actually looking not terrible for Grave Trail either, though. Can picked up some landmark destruction stuff as well as some landmark generators, so can start going pretty aggressive with this Zigs. What am I having grabbed that Calibrum is gonna take 2 damage for casting it. Sorry, not Calibrum, Crescendo.
Drawing that 3 mana spell is kinda funny after you just rewrote the minefield.
Mm-hmm. It is. That's literally the reason I play 2 of those, the Unleashed Energy in my deck. Like I was saying earlier, I play Ziggs Taliyah a lot more aggressively than most people do, and I'm very big on Unleashed Energy. I think it's fantastic. I've used it to find burst lethal. I've used it to do burst stuns. Burst stuns are absolutely insane, by the way. But here we do see the Fizz attack come out to represent lethal from the side of What Am I. And we will have to see a quicksand used here.
I mean, you always quicksand here. There's no reason not to.
Oh, we could have quicksanded for 4 and blocked with Taliyah, right? To try and kill the Fizz.
I think I would quicksand Zigs and the old cat, to be honest.
This plays around a rally, I suppose. Now, if you're
So
Grave...
we deal another 3.
Yep, deal another 3. Getting really close. Taliyah deals... With the Unleashed Energy and the Absolver, and no Hush from the side of What Am I, there's a very good chance this open attack is just lethal. Math is for the blocker. 16 being represented right now.
Yeah. And you have Unleashed Energy and you have Absolver as well. It should be lethal. But Taliyah spells don't target, right? So Fizz cannot fizzle them.
Correct. Fizz cannot fizzle those spells. Grave gonna go in for the kill here.
So if that's the case, I think you should block with Aphelios. It still removes 2 stones. Or you want to try to kill Taliyah at this point?
I agree with you. I also think we just block with the Aphelios and we say so be it. Blocking with the Fizz lets us maybe use Pale Cascade to block a 3rd stone.
Yeah, and it seems like What Am I agrees with us.
And
So Unleashed Energy.
Unleashed Energy will in fact do it here. Pale Cascade can cycle, but What Am I not playing Hush would have to find that Trinket trade into the Hush to be able to get the lethal. Or prevent the lethal here. Can he find the Trinket trade? That's a Gleaming Lantern. So GG is going to come out, and that's a quick 2-0 from Grave Trail.
Yeah. Really interesting games.
Very interesting games. We will see if we can get into some of the other games from this last round for you guys. But that was a great way to start it off and very exciting. Let me see what I can find for you guys. We also have BNT versus Easy to Win, and that should be There we go. Spectate disallowed.
Shall I search for
Spectate
anyone?
disallowed. Unfortunately, our top cut decider match has spectate disallowed. So that's not something we can do anything about. Let me just see if they'll enable it for us. What did you think about that match, Yone? How did you feel about that last series?
I think I disagreed with what am I on not keeping Fizz
Mm-hmm.
on the first matchup. And we saw before that Aphelios is not so, how we call it, he doesn't have the advantage so much against Taliyah Zigs.
Yeah,
And Grave Trail played really well, getting him the advantage of popping off in the specific turns.
Grave definitely did play very well. Looks like these players are not going to go ahead and enable spectate just yet for us. We'll see if we can find somebody else to jump into. Alexander versus Dudu Denunu, maybe. Oh, we did get a spectate. There we go. We are going to get into this top cut decider match for you guys. And it's another Aphelios versus Taliyah Zigs matchup.
So let me try to do. Okay, so I need to spectate easy to win, right?
Yes, if you can.
Yeah, I do can.
A lovely. Both the players managed to enable spectate for us just in time for this game 2, game 1. I'm not sure. Or it can't be game 1, but it's either game 2 or game 3. We'll find out shortly for you guys. And this is a matchup that we did just see from the other perspective, so we'll see what happens from this side. Easy to win has opened up with double Aphelios, and I think that's got to be a pretty good spot to be in. Gravitum can obviously be quite powerful into Taliyah and Ziggs' attacking turns. Also, just the ability to generate units can matter quite a bit here. Pokestick off the top is going to make quick work of this Rock Hopper.
And we don't see the Zigs here. Last round we saw 2 Zigs on the hunt and an hourglass.
Yeah, but BNT
Now we see Taliyah.
BNT does have this Endless Devout, though, as well as some Ancient Preps to try and take a look for that Ziggs. And, yeah, I think you're pretty happy with this. You're pretty okay to get your Devout counting down. We talked a little bit about it earlier, how Ziggs Taliyah can suffer from board space issues and how timings can get a little bit clunky. Well, here we see that things aren't going to be too clunky because we're going to be able to get 2 5-3s on turn 6.
You really want to go for the 5-3?
I don't know. I'm thinking about it now, and I'm wondering. I also think I would have liked to play the Ancient Prep first.
No, I like the way he plays. Like, you play first Preservarium to thin out your deck and find a better prediction, maybe.
Yeah. On the flip side, you can look for an exact card that you want. Now, open attack probably going to come out from easy to win. Yep, with the Flame Spitter attached. This is a ton of damage as well as a card draw. It's not worth the Quicksand, but now if you're BNT, you have the option of going for extra draw or looking for 5-3s. And in this spot, opts to take the 5-3s.
Okay, so he decided not to play the prediction to find a good draw, maybe a Ziggs. And he also decided not to play with the Preservarium line. That's a really interesting way to go.
I think he wants to stay on board and try and contest that way. Forces you to win into some blocks here. Still, I think the Ancient Prep last turn was the way. We would have one extra 2-2 We're still fighting for board. We might have an Absolver in hand, which would let us present a lethal threat, maybe.
Exactly, I'm pretty sure Ancient Preparation was meant to play on the round 4.
I think by not playing the Ancient Prep that round, we put ourselves into a bit of a weird spot here. But now we'll see what options we do decide to go for on this turn. Open attack forces some blocks, but it's not that great overall.
I think you want to develop here, maybe the 2-drop.
I like the 2-drop as well. This is the other option I was considering too, but I think if you're going for this option, yep, you go immediately for the Rite of Arcane, and you're going to try and take out the 3/3 Lantern.
Yeah, I really like this line as well.
I do think both options were quite good in this spot. This one just says, I want to deny any potential tempo gain that you can have. But Easy to Win does have an answer. Is digging now to see if it's worth using. And might decide that it is. And now if you're BNT, you're really sad.
Yeah, you are sad, but then again, if you can find a Magus here, or maybe an Absolver, without the defensive stress defense, you are still quite okay.
Yeah, you're pushing 10 damage this turn. That's quite a bit. More than 10, actually, because you're going to attack with this Taliyah as well. Full swing going to come out here from BNT. There's a consideration to pokey stick that. It deals 2 extra damage. It turns your pokey stick from 1 damage into 2, right? By removing that 1 point of HP, only 1 rock is needed to kill the blocker. And that would have put Easy to Win at 5 here, which might be the difference maker. Absolver picked up. Now we just have to survive the turn. And lethal is almost certainly within our grasp. Rockhopper comes down, continuing to make things awkward for Easy to Win.
Yeah, and if you are Easy to Win, what weapon you want? Maybe Infernum represents lethal, right? With the impact.
It does. I'm not even sure if you go for a weapon in this spot, though. I think you might just want to have continued cycling. You can be like quite sure that they have a quicksand at this point. They've been holding mana for most of, they haven't had a good opportunity to use it yet. It is a key card in this matchup. I think you just assume that they have it, and instead of just going for a lethal shove here, you just want to stay 6 wide.
Maybe that's a consideration, but then again, you can say that he drew some cards, he predicted, so maybe next round is my last round, so give it a chance.
Also true. Here we're going to take 9, nothing to be done about that, but you're not too stressing if your BNT, as we mentioned, does have a lot of options available for a lethal swing on this turn. Blocks are going to be forced for sure. Looks like it was maybe considering overriding the 2 countdown landmark, just to have a full board as well. Minefield.
So here I think you always play Minefield. Yeah.
I agree.
It just removes the best blocker for Taliyah.
Yep. We do have 2 vulnerable units, though.
Gravitum. Gravitum is a really hard punish.
It is. It is, and Infernum does Infernum it does not. So makes sense that we weren't actually looking at that as an option. We are still going to be able to present lethal here, though, right?
Maybe I can't do maths right now. He has guiding touch as well.
It's okay. I can't do maths ever. We're just going to go ahead and slam the double absolver onto this devout right here. Yep. It's going to push the most damage. And I think that is going to be just enough. Exactly.
Yeah.
Go through the guiding touch.
If he doesn't find another guiding touch top deck, he's dead.
Pale Cascade saves him at 1 HP. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, also.
It does, actually. But didn't have enough mana for the stress defense off the top.
We should do this more often.
So
But here is the. Go on.
I was just going to say, we'll see if that was game 2 or game 3 in the set, or how that shook out. It is the match that decides whether or not we're going to get a top cut, as I mentioned earlier. What were you going to say, though, before I so rudely cut you off, my friend?
I was about to say that this is the moment when you realize that you maybe made a mistake by playing stress defense in that Lantern.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or you made a mistake. Because the develop wasn't punished from the side of BNT, so if you hadn't played the stress defense there onto the Lantern, how does that work out? Well, you still have a stress defense in hand, you have 3 extra mana, but then you also don't have the mana to slam your Rainbow Fish as well as whatever else you did in that turn. The Rainbow Fish would have taken the entire turn there, so it's close.
It's close, yeah, but I don't think you were in a rush. So if you had an extra defensive turn, I don't think you cared about that turn of Rainbow Fish.
That's probably true. And
It's really close, though. It's a really close call.
That was very nicely played. It looks like those players are done. Let's see if there's anybody else still ongoing. Dr. Evander is still playing. Let's see if we can catch him in the last set up against Rogio. We'll see. I think this is the last set of this round. And it looks like with that win, BNT did finish off against DZ2Win and did... Oh, this just ended, maybe? Did I click on the wrong round? The score is reported, so these players might just be sitting in the final thing. Trevo? Is Trevo playing? Trevo, where are you?
They were checking deck lists? Is that a possibility?
The score is reported, so I think not. Rogio's spectating somebody else. I think he's just AFK on that completion screen. Let me see if I can get into one more game here.
So, Chris, if I can have a second here,
Absolutely.
I want to thank everyone for watching, because I'm about to sign out in like 10 minutes or something. I want to thank you for giving me the chance to co-cast this Mastering Runeterra podcast. And I want to wish everyone good luck, the best of luck in the upcoming seasonals, everyone who participates, because it was a really long season, and everyone who tried hard at this match needs to be awarded. That's all by my end. And I'm down to watch the last game, probably, if I have the time.
It doesn't look like we actually have any more games, but Manoli, thank you so very much for joining me today. It was truly a pleasure to cast alongside you. I am glad that we got this opportunity. I know we tried last week and it didn't quite work out. Well, today it happened, and I think we had a really great cast. I think we had a really great time. I really enjoyed it, that's for sure. So thank you for joining me.
Great as well.
I hope you don't have too stressful of a work day on no sleep. You are you're a bit of a crazy man, my friend. I don't know that I could do that still, but I hope that your bed is nice and comfortable for you tonight, and you get lots of rest once your day's over.
Man, I was already awake like a day straight and go straight to work again.
Oh boy.
But I don't really regret a second. I really loved this opportunity. I really enjoyed the cast and the games, and I'm down to do it again.
Well, I would be more than happy to have you on again. And it looks like Greg is letting me know there will be a cut actually. So, oh, BNT went undefeated due to buys, I guess. I had that wrong. Easy to win, needed to win, maybe. I don't know. I had it wrong. Yeah, Legacy of Yone does have to cut off the work, but that's okay. I will do top cut by myself. I'm a big boy. I can handle this. But while we wait for that top cut to shake out, I am going to cut us to a very quick break. Manoli, thank you again for joining me. It was truly a pleasure, and I do hope to have you back on for a future cast. Chat, we'll see you all after the break, or at least I will. Say bye to Manoli, Legacy of Yone, and wish him the best of luck in his workday.
Bye, everyone. Have a nice day.
What's up, everybody? I'm back, and it's just me for now. Kevin might join me. We'll see if what's going on here. But we do have a lovely top cut here for you guys. It's What Am I versus BNT and Falling to Void versus Grave Trail. And looks like Kevin is going to join us. So hopefully, I think what we're going to do is we're going to get the What Am I BNT game up because we did see Falling to Void versus Grave Trail once already tonight. I do have both these players, and I did get them to enable spectate, so that's an option as well. It looks like it's already going here too. And it's already started. Amazing. Once Kevlar's in here. Hey,
what's
Kevlar.
up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, chilling.
Can you do me a huge favor and pull up What Am I's hand? I'll give you the OBS ninja thing. Do you know how to use this thing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Great. Just
Yordle's in their portal.
Right, so I just need to share my screen on that OBS link, right?
yep. And then just copy and paste the link in here for me, and I will get our second hand up as well.
Gotcha. Let me spectate What Am I? I'm on my way.
We have yet another Aphelios mirror. This deck has been so popular the past couple days, and this week it's really popped up. I know you're quite big on it. How do you feel about these mirrors?
Mirrors are a bit of a clown fiesta, I'm gonna be honest. Like, you're gonna find player Dirtle a lot, and, like, sure, Aphelios is good, but I would rather try to focus and try to just kill my opponent with attached units. If they don't have it and you have it, you're already have a huge advantage. If both players have it, it's just, like, completely stupid, honestly, and it just comes down to whoever, like, generate enough value, and games go pretty long. It goes for, like, 10 to 20 turns at the least, usually.
Wow. Yeah, I played. Actually, I didn't have it. I didn't have the opportunity to play any mirrors because when I was playing this deck, nobody else was. And now it's too late in the season for me to feel like I'm comfortable enough learning the matchups, and I've been too busy doing all this stuff and other stuff to put the time in. I feel that this deck needs to bring it to seasonals.
Yeah, biggest piece of advice I can give in that mirror is just try and kill your opponent maybe a little bit more, but Aphelios and going for as much value as possible of your discoveries, such as Concologist and Trick and Trades, goes a long way. Like, say, if I have, like, a Lightning Rush and I can start recurring Concologist, if I have the time, it's going to be pretty good.
For sure.
All right, do you have that link so I can join the OBS Ninja thing?
Oh, what I do is I share screens to I don't know how to use OBS Ninja Rooms, so I just share my OBS screen into Discord for you. If you just go into OBS Ninja and go to share screen and then share your Runeterra, I can have both hands up on us through Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Last minute impromptu production stuff. It's great. It's the way she goes. We
I'll
do
figure it out.
have a situation here where both players have attached units. Both players have some Gleaming Lanterns on the board. There's a Telescope coming out from the side of BNT. And actually went for the next Gleaming Lantern as well. Just wants to continue to be able to go wide here.
All right, so I'll share you my link, and we should be able to figure it out.
Yes, great.
All right, so what's going on this game? Let me look at the board state, see what's up. One player's he has like BNT has like a very, very big board, and What Am I just
We put delay on everything. I had to do a 2-minute delay one time because I kept screwing up I screwed up the restream key and it wasn't coming through properly. I was like, screw this, like I need to know if it's not working. So I just put it on a 2-minute delay.
That usage of stress defense looks a little bit weird to me. I feel like we can just click OK on this open attack and we're happy with just taking 5. And it's not like this deck has reach, you know? So like stress defense is a break glass used in case of emergency kind of cards that can like just make sure we don't get cheesed by something stupid like a Fizz, Infernum plus Papercraft Dragon. So I would have liked for him to just take the damage. I'm not sure saving the life is important here. We are such a good big advantage that like we can afford to use those resources that way, but it's still I think inefficient.
We do have the second stress defense as well, so and a Moonlight Affliction. There's a lot of ways out, and what am I finally finds the Aphelios? Maybe there's still hope.
Is it too late?
I think it is.
You don't have enough actions to do everything that you want to be doing, and you don't even have like you have just enough cards this turn to use 2 weapons, and and it's gonna be too like you don't have enough cards unless you cycle next turn to like use 2 weapon again, and BNT is flipping his Aphelios, so yeah.
I think this is probably going to be the end of game 1 for us, but these Aphelios mirrors are so interesting to watch, especially when these fantastic players are navigating them.
A lot of skill expression, but I feel there's also a lot of non-games. So like one player has a Gleaming Lantern, the other doesn't. Same for Aphelios. It snowballs very quickly, but the maybe 50% of game where it doesn't happen, like a lot of decisions. So like the one with the most experience in that matchup will probably come out ahead if it's not a non-game.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And now, Kevin, do you think this is a matchup that you're going to see a lot of in the seasonal open rounds? Or do you think that it's mostly just going to be kind of the top 200, 300 players playing this Aphelios list?
I think the open rounds is mainly a copy paste of like the play rates, what we see on like Runeterra.ar and things like that. So I don't expect this deck to show up too much. But if we do look at like the top 200 players lineup, it's gonna show up at like a disproportionate amount of time for sure. It's been the talk of the town basically for the past week. Like lots of us like doing numbers on ladder with it, but I wouldn't make a lineup like trying to counter this because I don't think you're gonna face it too often still.
Yeah.
You do need to have it in mind. Like if you want a lineup that's efficient, have that deck in mind. Like maybe you ban it, or maybe you just have like some text for it, and that would be worth. But I would not go out of my way to try and deal with it, for example.
I completely agree with you. One thing I've been telling people since I started making content and writing for Mastering Runeterra and everything is, and doing the lineup guides, is that open rounds are very much just the same as ladder. It's like a ladder experience. It's oh
Yeah,
boy, I forgot
so
I'm
like
not in studio mode.
so a pretty good example of this is like that fight night that I did well with like triple control, like it was just before this season of Arya started, and then like a lot of people then was on triple control, and they started hitting me up and like, yeah, like this does not seem too good. I'm like, nah, it's not. Like I was in a close field. It was only 8 players, and you can get away with stuff when you're those like very close tournaments. So top 32 of seasonal, you can do that, but open rounds or like those bigs Mastering Runeterra tournaments where there's like 200 people when like they do the big weekend like $1,000 prizes, you can't do random stuff. You just need to do solid stuff.
Yeah, definitely. You just want decks that do good things, strong, powerful decks that don't have too many weaknesses. Stuff like the Aphelios list that lets you skill gap a lot of matchups is really good to bring, but it's a deck that also requires a fair bit of time to be put into it to see it perform.
I like this keep by Jordan. Just keeping the commando and mulling away the librarian. Like librarian on turn 2, you shouldn't expect it to see it too much. Maybe I would keep it if I was on the even attack token, but being on the odd one, I think is fine. You already want to just play Gleaming Lantern plus Mental Commando, just start generating value.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. If you had the rainbow fish already, then the librarian starts to look a lot more appealing as well. But with the way things shook out, Jordan's actually pretty happy to play this Grandfather Fae into the 3-1 here.
I wouldn't say happy. I'm not happy into playing anything into Rockhopper. I think anything that we were gonna play was gonna be like better than a Rockhopper and kind of lose out on that value. But I'd rather keep Benel Commando, I guess. How do you feel about this matchup? Like we've seen it a lot tonight. I've tuned in the stream like an hour ago and I've already seen it like 3 times. So
I thought it was a little bit better for Aphelios than it seems to be. But after watching it on stream a couple times tonight, it does seem like Aphelios struggles a little bit in this matchup. Has that been your experience?
I still think it's Aphelios favored. It's tricky to navigate, but like if you want to prevent them going from lethal, you have a lot of time. Like usually your life total is very high, even on turn like 7 or 8 when they go for the all-in turn, or you can make sure it's kind of high, and then like they only have one quicksand usually. Like when they have two quicksand, I think they're gonna survive and probably beat us more often than not. But they need 2 turns of surviving when we go all in, and it's pretty hard for them to survive, I think, usually.
Yeah, there's no healing in this deck, and a lot of
Yeah,
players
so,
have
so we're
started.
just trying to go chip damage. In the mid game, I try to go 6 wide, chip damage as much as possible, and then come turn 7, 8, 9, I just push on like the last points of damage. Like they're gonna survive on the first quicksand. I just need to survive their snapback attack, and then you usually win on that turn after, and that's how the matchup goes in my experience. Like here, we're so wide, I wouldn't even like value the Aphelios too much. I would just send it in, send
Yeah.
everybody's in, and that's too much chip damage for Taliyah Zigs to handle because they don't have healing. And now we're just like maybe a gleaming, no, not gleaming lantern, but a rainbow fish away from just straight up killing him pretty fast.
Yeah, you know what, I gotta agree with you there. I think that's one thing that we haven't seen players doing too much. You mentioned putting the Aphelios in on the stack for the attack.
Yeah.
And we've seen everybody backline the Aphelios constantly, but that's something that Drizoth pointed out to me right away when I was picking up this deck earlier in the season. Just go for the attack with the Aphelios. Like, this is not really an Aphelios deck. Aphelios is just kind of gonna help you get there. So
yeah, it's one of your many plans, which is why this deck is so good. Like it has so many different angles of attack. That's why I'm such a big fan of it, and I'm probably gonna bring it to the seasonal.
And opting to block the lantern over the librarian there. Yeah, the librarian has the vulnerable on it, but
Yeah,
do you really want to let them get that draw? The lantern's gotten its value. The hand's been emptied.
if it was the only thing that's vulnerable, maybe that blocks makes sense. But there already is like the second Gleaming Lantern that's vulnerable, so like I don't think you should let him draw that card.
Okay, glad we're on the same page with that one. The other thing that I was going to say, with this Aphelios deck wanting to go 6 wide so often and being able to landmarks clunk up your board and keep you from having a full 6 wide blockers, and as we can see from the hand of B&T here, without a Preservarium Taliyah combo, you really do start to fall behind on cards rather quickly with this deck too. So
Yeah, because I'm forcing trades every turn, and you having to trade your unit with mine, I'm just gonna have, on average, more refill than you do. Sometimes it's not the case, and that's where, like, going for 6 wide plan sometimes gonna fail, that they have just as much refill as you do. But on average, they don't, and the plan is just so strong that, again, we're just 6 wide right now. We're gonna, like, crack an open attack for some insane amount, and
yeah, B&T
how
can't
is
even attack
how
here.
is he surviving? He's gonna quicksand, and then he needs to kill us on the snapback while we're at 15, technically 17 with the guiding touch. How the matchup should go.
I just noticed we had a little bit of a high roll here with the Yordle Explorer being able to buff up these Vandal Commandos. Card that hasn't seen
I
too much
thought they
play.
were buffed by like a grandfather or something. Yeah, that's insane.
And actually, that Furious Fae Folk, even if, as long as we're not, even if BNT manages to stop the attack here, as long as we're not dying on the clapback, like you said, that Fae Folk is going to put the nail in the coffin. It's Decimate on a stick at this point. It is definitely active.
Yeah, I like this. You see, is giving away his librarian here probably, which is what I think I would do. Is the only vulnerable unit, and you need to make sure you don't die to like a Taliyah plus a pull and something. So we can play like a Furious Faithful, which is a 5 toughness guy, which you almost never die to an Absolver.
Yeah.
If you kept the librarian alive, it would have been at like 1 or 2 toughness at maximum.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct on that one as well. We can even overwrite this Gleaming Lantern if we go Owlcat into Lantern into Feyfolk on top of it, and then there's no vulnerable units. So we can choose our blockers. I don't think that's correct.
You could do that. You could do that, but I think I just put the 6/5 and like the 3 toughness should be enough, being that we're at 17.
Yeah. Not exactly what you want to see if you're BNT. What am I not forced to develop into that? Has the very comfortable board state.
Don't have to do anything but pass. Maybe like argue Pokestick face to try and draw into more things, but it doesn't look necessary to me.
Yeah, we're not on runner Pokestick outs here, so I completely agree. We can just go ahead and pass it down. Take some blocks here. Don't even have to develop afterwards if we don't want to. I think it's so long as the Zig's on the board, I might not develop at all.
Alright, so we're taking 4. Absolver, we can just straight up say okay, because as long as it's not lethal. Struggle to see how BNT survives this.
Don't think he can. Fatefolk itself is just going to deal that 4 damage. The 2 elusives are going to deal that 4 damage. We really only need 1 to get through because we do have the pokey stick.
Right, saving the Zigs, so our landmark maybe do some sneak damage in, and maybe that's how we could win. Like we draw Unleash Energy, and like Jordan plays a unit, and suddenly the Fizz burst speed 4 damage to our face or something.
Yep, that's one potential out. I don't think there's any others. Most people aren't playing multiple copies of Unleashed Energy because they're not crazy like I am. So odds of that are pretty low, but they are there. Could go runner pokey stick into Unleashed Energy maybe, but like you said, What Am I just doesn't even have to do it. And then finding
we
the
don't have
Rainbow
to
Fish.
play a creature to proc that Rolling Sands anyway. Like we just open attacking for more than lethal.
Mm-hmm. And that's gonna take us to a game 3 here.
Yep. So they had 1 quicksand to survive, but they usually need 2 for them to stand a chance. Is my experience in that matchup.
Yeah, and looks like it played out very true here. Now, I wonder what... BNT must have banned out the Pantheon deck from the side of What Am I. So that leaves us...
Wait, so What Am I on Pantheon, really?
Yes, he
Let's
is.
load up the deck list. It's probably a good idea, huh?
Sometimes. He's on... So we're going to probably see Zigs Taliyah into Mono Viego Shurima now. I would imagine Pantheon was banned out over this. I don't think that Pantheon does... I don't think Zigs Taliyah does particularly well into Pantheon.
Yeah, that would indeed make sense. Yep, exactly the matchup we're seeing. Another one of those deck, Mono Shurima Viego, where it's been around for like this whole season, but before the nerfs, or like before the last patch, just as Aphelios, it was kind of just dismissed on the side, and not a lot of people were playing it, and it was just like, oh, it's just another Shurima's deck, but it's popping off this week at the same time as Aphelios is, and it's nice to see those decks are still have some lives in them.
Yeah, I completely agree. People really overlook these archetypes because, well, there's something a little bit better. But the moment that top deck moves slightly, it opens up a lot of space, and we get to see older archetypes making their way back into the game.
Steady now.
No Viego in hand from the side of What Am I, so you can't be too happy about this start. But otherwise, it looks pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, we're always finding a Viego before turn 5. He's playing 3 Rite of Calling, 3 Viego. He's drawing a lot of cards. Like,
Yeah.
Would be very shocked if there was not a Viego very soon here.
Speaking of the Rite of Calling, there it is. Can go ahead and play it on this 1/1 Mist. Knows that there's no Pokey Stick, because if there was a second one, it surely would have come out to stop the draw.
Yep. So what can you do if you're BNT? What's your game plan here? You know there's a Viego coming. You don't really have tools to deal with super big creatures when you're playing Taliyah Zigs. So you need to kill them.
Yes.
They are running things like Vengeance, they're running things like Quicksand themselves, so killing them is kind of tough. What would be your plan as a Taliyah Zigs player here to try and win that matchup?
See, I play Waste Walkers, and because I play Waste Walkers, I can grow the Waste Walkers to ridiculous sizes because the Viego Shurima player is forced to play their units out, right? So that means all my landmarks, all my Roiling Sands, and stuff like that are going to have to be popped just by the sake of that. With this list from BMT, I think the only option is keeping the board cleared and then leveraging a big tempo swing turn with the stun landmark and Taliyah or a Desert Naturalist to be able to get a faster burst speed stun and then finding lethal that way.
That makes sense.
Still, it's going to be tough.
It seems like a tough job. Yeah, I would give the edge to Mono Viego here.
For sure.
Let's see.
For sure. And the Devout's just going to come down here. Now, I would imagine we're going to predict and try and find an Absolver or a Herald of the Magus. There's a chance we can get to the Arsenal later in the game. And if we can get to that Arsenal, then maybe the Arsenal can sneak out a win with a Scout Elusive role. That's a possibility as well, but again, super slim.
Alright, so really we have 2 turns before the Viego is flipped here. So we need to make the best uses of them.
It's kind of amazing how fast Viego flips in this list.
The Waking Sands being like 1/4 of Viego flips, generating like we can just take the pass, we don't have to attack with a 5/5. It generates a thing that's gonna die and generate them like it's just a loop if we don't do anything. It flips so fast.
There's a Preservarium, but if we play it, we tap out of everything else. Open attack.
Open attack.
I don't think you can.
No, there's no way.
What's our Taliyah at here? Not enough. I think this...
Sadly, we've... Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I think this is a minefield turn. You just go for minefield into Taliyah and then hope to push some damage that way by stunning up half their board.
So sadly, like Jordan very smartly never took the trade into Endless Devout, so Taliyah was not able to copy that landmark, and also she's only 3 out of 5, so we were missing things like Unravel Hurt. Here, I think would have been pretty key.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the more I look at the minefield line, yeah, I know I said that I wanted to use it to win the game, but we do need to push some damage before that point if we want a chance at winning this game. So if we go minefield into Taliyah, and then we Rite of the Arcane one of the minefields and clear a blocker, we have a full board stunned, and then we're pushing 8, which is almost half the HP.
I kind of like that line, yeah. It's like you're tapping out completely, and it's like somewhat dangerous to things like maybe Quicksand, but not worried too much about that. Kind of need to go all in and recognize your spots here.
And here we're going to see the Rite of Arcane come out anyways.
What are you trying to kill?
I think you have to kill the 5/3 because the Mist is going to die by itself, but again, you're not super happy with this. It is just advancing that Viego's level up progress. He's almost there.
Yeah, and we have an interesting choice here. Glimpse, Hourglass just banked the mana. I'm not sure what I would be doing. Hourglass saving our guy.
How valuable is that?
I'm not sure, because the 5/3 is not pulling Taliyah, right? It would be Viego pulling Taliyah. We just want her to make sure she's dead or force Enchant Hourglass.
Yeah.
Or maybe you're trying to go for some kind of sneaky lethal if you're Jordan here, because you can pull the only fearsome blocker, deal some damage to face with Viego, and you do have the Atrocity.
Yeah, no, that's very true. I was thinking that maybe this would be more value if it let us get the Mist on the following turn rolling over like you talked about earlier, but I'm not sure what I was going for here.
I want to make sure Taliyah, like, now that we drew the Valfees, this is fine, this kind of makes sense. But if not, I just would want to make sure Taliyah dies, and like even attack with Viego. Like, what would really threaten your Viego there if you keep the Hourglass would be my thought process. Like,
Yeah.
exactly like this. Yeah, I like this. Oh, maybe not. Alright.
I think I gotta agree
Tough
with
decision.
you. We do have Vengeance's back up here. Quicksand's gonna come out.
I still feel super safe here. Like, Viego should be flipping.
Well, after the
Like,
Quicksand.
this is a one power, and then like the Mist are up to 4 power. We're missing a power for the flip.
We can go Vile Feast Glimpse.
Yep.
That'll do it. It's not a good line, but it is a flip line, and that will not let us kill the Taliyah, actually. It'll steal the 5/3, though.
Yeah, we'll see what happens post combat. I think depending on what BNT does is going to change a lot of our decisions.
Mm-hmm.
We do go for the glimpse, so not flipping Viego most likely this turn. Very close though. With the Quicksand in the hand, we shouldn't be scared of any types of Absolver shenanigans.
We can Vile Feast our own unit now. We can make a spider and then Vile Feast the spider. That'll flip it.
Also true. Still not stealing the Taliyah though.
Is that something that's even worth doing? I don't think so.
Flip Viego is pretty good.
Well, it looks like What Am I is gonna go for it.
Yeah, like it also just give us a blocker because like BNT is 5 wide.
That's
4
true.
wide rather.
That is true.
Yeah, he sees the line. He goes for the flip. We have Rite of Negation, we have Vengeance, we have Quicksand. There's like almost no way we die. If we survive one full turn cycle with a flip Viego, there's almost no decks in the game that could like make sure it survive the pressure. It's just too much pressure.
Yeah, I think the only thing that could contest it is a flipped Ace Soul, but a flipped Ace Soul is never staying on the board with a flipped Viego. That's a minefield, though. It's a good start for BNT.
Yeah. Do you have any way to kill your own minefield here? You could like play super slow speed and blocks everything. It's not even close to lethal. You don't have to do anything else but click OK.
Yep. And you're very happy about this if you're What Am I?
Now you still the Fizz on the open. You can still just pass, do nothing.
Yeah. You're more than happy to just continue passing this down because you're just going to take over this game with your Viego. And eventually you can throw the Atro plus keep your own Rite of Negation up as backup. Just win. There goes Zigs. No damage being done. Interesting that the Viego steal and kill occurs before the Zigs does. I think that's attack token based, right?
Yeah, attack token base. There's all kind of weird timing things that I'm not 100% aware. Like this is just attack token base, but there's weird things when there's like one Viego in an Hourglass and like other things that can happen at round start.
Yeah, we
There's
saw
like a guide somewhere.
we saw that happen earlier. If you put your Viego in an Hourglass, it dodges the opponent's Viego thing. So
Yeah, but not always gonna do it. I think like that is attack token dependent or nah.
I'm not sure. We saw it happen. The player who Hourglassed their Viego. Actually, we saw it happen twice in that game. I think both players had the attack token on each. I think it was What Am I's opponent was forced to Hourglass their Viego to keep it alive. And What Am I was getting the attack token, and then the reverse happened.
So What Am I is proccing first. He's not stealing Viego because it's still in an Hourglass, and then the other Viegos come down. You skip your own steal, kind of like when Zareth is in the Hourglass itself. It skip his own round start.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Taliyah is a good draw. Taliyah stunning Viego is pretty good. Now, what do you do with Vengeance plus Right? Don't have nothing, so we'll see if Jordan goes for it.
There's a Zigs coming down. You're still kind of okay here.
Goes for Glimpse to have like a large blocker. I think just Vengeance here.
Yeah, you can just go Vengeance into another Vengeance, right? You can use the Right. You have 2 of those as well. There's so many options.
You force him to have Ancient Hourglass or Rite of Negation, and then you can make like other plays. You can go for other Vengeance, other Rite of Negation. Unfortunately, like now it was the Right, and it's just kind of a blowout.
Yep. And then we do have the option of glimpsing our unit here. But Mist is being made anyways off that kill. I always forget leveled Viego will give you a Mist off of any kill.
Yeah, it is stupid.
And now BNT can't even attack into this Mist because Taliyah is just going to die.
Now we kill his Devout, so we make sure we steal Taliyah, and yeah, that's all she wrote.
Yep, that's going to be it. What am I? Closes out the set. GG emote comes out.
I think very well played. I don't feel like BNT had much choices this game. The only line could have gone the super aggressive line like you talked about, like using the stun landmark earlier. But like we see here, Wadama is at 13. He still have the quicksand in hand. It would have not have been enough. I think it could have maybe come close because he drew a lot of champions in a row, and that's kind of what he needed to be doing, but just not enough damage.
Yeah, maybe needed to find an hourglass of his own to be able to duplicate the Zigs. That's definitely a key way to come out ahead in these tricky matchups, but you can't have everything, and you do need to be taking aggressive lines to be able to put your opponent into that burn range. It's so interesting that Ziggs does become that burn champion in this deck. Very much focused on just killing your opponent once they're under 10.
Ziggs is the better champion in that deck. Nobody can tell me otherwise.
Yeah.
Taliyah sometimes kill the guy, but Ziggs is too beefy too quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's definitely an argument that Ziggs should have his HP knocked down a little bit. He's very hard to remove.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a Yordle. Yordle are small, man. What's up with that?
True. Rumble's the exception. He's got a giant mech, but Ziggs, he's just got bombs.
Yeah, that's allowed. He's a mecha Yordle.
That's going to be it for the first series of our top cut. I'm going to see if we can get into the other one or if it's already done. There's a good chance it is finished. I don't even know who is on the other
usually when
side.
there's a Fizz Aphelios mirror on one side, like, they take a long time.
Yes, they do. It's actually... There's a Fizz Aphelios mirror on the other side as well. Do you happen to have Void on your friends list, Kevor?
I do have Void, yep.
Yeah, do you want to jump into his perspective for us?
Gotcha.
Assuming it's still ongoing. There it is. Amazing. And we have another Ziggs Taliyah mirror matchup. We did see this play out between these two players earlier in the day as well. And they...
Assuming this is game 3.
I think so.
With a very, very similar start, both players. We'll see if Great Trail has the Desert Naturalist.
Does not. I am sharing the both hands perspective to our Discord call if you want to, if you're not looking at that, so that way you can see both going on at the same time here.
Yeah, I'm watching Discord. I see both hands. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's the quicksand going to come out from Void and just keep his own Ziggs alive. There's the Unleashed Energy that we were talking a little bit about earlier. I do think that card is quite powerful in this list. Grave has kept himself at that 7 mana mark, so he can go for this Taliyah duplication here.
Yeah, that's such a powerful combo, and you can do it in that deck.
It might be the only way he comes out ahead here, and it looks like...
Flipping Taliyah, flipping Ziggs, it's gonna be a lot of damage. It is Void that's attacking, though.
No Absolver on the other side means that this attack shouldn't be too threatening, but we may have to trade off our champions.
Yeah, we kind of need to make sure that we survive like their attack, and hopefully like you're hoping he doesn't have too much more landmarks, which like he doesn't right now. But Herald of the Magus pumping 3 units on the board at the same time. It's +6/+6, as well as like a 4/4 Overwhelm itself, I think.
Yep.
It's gonna be huge.
It is gonna be quite big indeed. But
now you also have your own 2 Zigs, but you have to do it the harder way, not with Taliyah.
Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth there, and here we're gonna see it developed, and that will almost certainly be answered.
That's a lot of damage, man. Right. Oh, is there any way you survive? You can Rite of Negation all of those triggers, all of those pesky triggers, Ziggs triggers, Taliyah triggers. So you should be okay if he doesn't have an Absolver, which we see he doesn't.
Well, the Magus is active, right? And it's going to give Overwhelm to everything as well.
Oh, true. I forgot about the Magus. Yeah, I don't see how. Like, now we can combo with Quicksand. So there's only one Overwhelm thing left, theoretically. So you Rite of Negation, all the triggers. We're killing his Ziggs here, which is huge.
I think we do have to go after the Ziggs from the side of Void as well, though, with this Rite of Arcade. We can always play the Magus next turn. I want to keep.
Leaves ourselves a bit open to stun landmark. Let me load up Void Depthless, see if he's running any.
I think both players are on 2 copies. I think,
Classic,
if my memory serves.
Standard list, right?
Is it the standard list? I've seen more and more people on 0. I'm starting to believe that's the standard list at this point.
Well, I'm still seeing more 2 stun landmark, but I'm not an expert on that deck, so I can't comment.
Maybe I'm just biased because Hanzo keeps trying to push his stun landmark list onto me.
I'm gonna say I never liked the 2/4 that made like outside of like being okay into the mono Shrema, which is not at all popular right now. I never really liked that 2/4. I understand it can be like super high rolly and you can just win games on turn 5 because like your board's insane, but also just is very often bricked in your hand.
I feel like in most landmark decks, you're right, but in this one specifically, you just always have a landmark to activate it. And like, there's so many other landmark decks in the meta right now that you can even just be using it to destroy your opponents. One thing that it's really, really good for is these mirror matchups. You can, if they go for that Hourglass Taliyah combo, you can just kill the Stasis statue with the 2/4, and then they're down a champion.
True. If you manage to do that, that card is not very good. So we're gonna see the line I was talking about: Quicksand plus Right of Negation on all those triggers for sure. Grave Trial doesn't have anything else, so now it's gonna be up for us to try and pressure lethal with our own Zigs if we can make sure he survives. We go down a tree. Yeah, that'll do it. We kill our own landmark. It's gonna deal a total of 3 damage. Krabby Bomb 1 itself, Zigs 2. And we need just something else. Just 2 more damage.
Yeah. The Zigs.
That could be 2 more damage.
The Zigs open attack does it, right?
Yeah, that is also 2 more damage.
Zigs proving himself to be an excellent burn champion here once again. And these 2 players, being teammates, must feel kind of bad about continuously having to be matched up. This is the 2nd time tonight, and maybe the 4th time I've casted them playing into each other.
Really, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
2 times in the same tournament. You both made top cut even after playing against each other. That's a pretty nice achievement, I would say.
Yeah, it's happened twice now while I've been casting anyways.
Speaking to the strength of the lineup, for sure.
Strength of the lineup and strength of the players, for sure. They're both quite strong players. I've had the misfortune of playing Void in first round of Fight Night a couple times now. And man, that's a scary first round. Almost as scary as playing you.
Almost. We'll see. No, Void is for sure strong. Everybody's is cracked. It's gonna be a nice seasonal for sure. I'm pretty excited for this weekend.
Yeah, I'm on a bit of an interesting lineup, and I haven't had too much time to prepare. But
oh, the spice!
Yeah, I just
you've been casting all those tournaments, man. You've been putting in hours. They're just like with your casting goggles, you'll see right through your opponent's hand, and you'll do fine.
Trust. I hope so. I would like to make a top cut for once. It's been
right. So what is it now? It's Void versus What Am I as their grand final?
I think so. It does look that way. I believe these 2 players have finished, so we're just gonna wait for What Am I to show back up. My blind here.
I'll spectate him whenever they go live. So lineup wise, let me pull it up again. What Am I's on Pantheon, and then Aphelios, and his third deck is Mono Viego, or San Viego, as I like to call it. Mm-hmm. And Void list is Aphelios, Taliyah, Zigs, and what's his third deck?
I've forgotten now. I was gonna say Aphelios, but we already said that. I'll pull it up and I'll find it.
Yeah, putting it up right now.
It is Pantheon as well. So
almost the same. Like the only difference being Taliyah Zigs versus San Viego. And like we've just talked about while it was What Am I playing, we do think San Viego should be favored in that matchup, unless they maybe are on some kind of super aggressive version of Taliyah Zigs with all the overwhelms unit, which I don't think is the case here.
No, it's not. But Void does have the Arsenal, so might be able to sneak a win out that way.
Both players just gonna ban Pantheon, which is most likely the experience that you're gonna have if you're bringing Pantheon into the open rounds this weekend. It's either gonna be banned or you're gonna face some very angry burn people.
Yeah, I think Pantheon is almost a must ban this season. Which is weird because it's been so strong for so long at this point, and people just kind of wrote it off afterwards. After the nerfs for a little bit, for about a week and a half, it kind of disappeared, and then it's kind of not been super popular on ladder because I guess everybody was bored of it. But it's such a menace in these tournaments. It's been showing up constantly. It's been winning constantly. It's my highest recommendation in every lineup article that I've put out this entire season. It's just such a crazy deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's by far the most polarized deck and the most... It is boring, right? It does not feel good, and there's a lot of non-games both ways. When you lose, you see like your handful of pump spells and a Yumi, and you're like, oh, this cat is good enough because I'm playing her as a 2/2. And when you like, and from the both side, like when you play it and when you lose with it, or when you play against it, does not feel good. Not the biggest fan of the design of the deck, but it is what we have. And yeah, a lineup that is not running Pantheon, you need to have a good reason. My reason, because I don't think I'm going to be running Pantheon, is I'm a very scary cat and I don't want to get burnt out. And yeah, I think it's totally reasonable. But outside of this exact reason, why wouldn't you play that deck?
I don't enjoy it, and I highly recommend that people play decks they enjoy in tournaments because they'll be able to go a lot further. That's why I'm not bringing it. But it looks like we
that's totally fair.
Getting into the game here. Final matchup, and it is once again an Aphelios mirror. Yet another one.
All right. Aphelios mirror. The Yordle Squire, I like it.
How do you feel about Bastion in this list?
Never been the biggest fan, but I think it is a fine card to be running. Like, I wouldn't fault people to run Bastion, and like, there's a couple slots that are tweakable. Like, this deck is super versatile in the ways that you can tech it. Like, you can even put it in a lineup that doesn't ban Pantheon and just take your slightly banned matchup and you play like 2 Wallop and a Hush and something like that. And it's not super good, but it has game.
Yeah.
So Bastion, if you have some kind of theory of why you want to be running it, like be it in your matchups and things that you're trying to plug your holes, so to say, in your matchups, so it makes sense. I wouldn't be running it on ladder. But in tournaments, if you have a specific reason for it, sure, I'm down.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I think Bastion it takes you a little bit off the Fizz game plan. It lets you play games where you don't find Fizz. It lets you be a little bit more willy-nilly with your Fizz, taking early trades, early blocks, whatever. And you can then play through your Rainbow Fish a lot more. But I also am not a huge fan of it. I think just play through Fizz, win through Fizz.
So we see here, Jordan has everything. He has the Fizz, the Aphelios, and the Papercraft Dragon. So it could be a very quick game. Void is going to have the Flood. Void is going to have like all the small units generating by Benel Commando at least 1 or probably 2 times. And it's going to have to weather the storm until they find like his own very powerful cards, his own Aphelios, his own Papercraft.
Yeah, now he's found the second Bandle Commando as well. What am I, on the other hand, though, is just going to go ahead and get this Aphelios down. You never attack with the Fizz in this spot, right?
It's too valuable. We have the Papercraft. Papercraft feels super bad to play as a 5-mana thing, but if in the mirror, there's only really Aphelios kind of punishing it, and you can't really Gravitum a Fizz. It is not a good proposition.
But if you're Void, you do go after the Pokey Stick here, right? There's no 0-cost spells in this Regent combo that you're actually running in this deck. Oh.
He doesn't. I would have gone for it for sure. I think killing Fizz here, like, I don't think you're ever going to be able to block the Fizz because, like, you're just going to keep it. I'm not sure if he was scared of anything or if he just valued spell mana that highly. It may be possible. Because I guess here you can sneak up a spear.
I don't know. I think leaving that Fizz alive is just asking to lose that much sooner.
There's only one Papercraft Dragon, like in Jordan's hand, in Jordan's deck. So you're basically telling, sure, like Pokestick. The Fizz isn't good. I already have the blockers for the Fizz, and I even have the Bandle Commando, the other one, in hand if I lose it to a Calibrum, which just happened. And you're just like you're not scared of the Fizz, and even here he traded the Fizz, so they're not going for the Papercraft game plan.
Maybe I overvalue the Fizz, and that's part of the reason why I haven't seen quite as much success as you guys with this list. It is quite the tricky list to pilot, as we've talked about a few times already. It's like,
There's so many different plays every turn. Like your deck is so cheap. Find the second Fizz.
you start with the library, with the paper, with the oh man, the rainbow fish here, right?
It depends if you like. There's again a lot of lines just this turn. We could go for double Aphelios weapon, try to level the moon boy, try to set up just a rainbow fish on librarian and ask what's up because like it's very obnoxious to deal with. I like both line. I think I prefer a librarian line, though it is just a little bit weak to what we just saw here. Now we can take the trade or take the pass. Not sure which one is best. I think pass is fine.
I think I like the pass. We do have this Gravitum waiting around. It's going to be able to stun out for our next attack. If they don't have a second rainbow fish, we're then in a really good spot. Yeah. Looks like
Aphelios, and Void doesn't have it, so he needs to find a way to deal with it or win around it. And looking at his hand, his best course of action would be maybe high rolling with Telescope, or I think he needs to go as wide as possible as soon as possible.
And with that in mind, you take the Charger here, right? Actually goes for the Leviathan. Interesting.
Yeah, also just as I talked about earlier, the more value, the better if you can get there, which I'm not sure we're going to be able to. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to survive to that point either.
Because that was the biggest value. Like, it is a very just unanswerable unit that is going to ping you for 3 every turn.
Fizz comes down. Group shot drawn just in time. Also going to be active here. Can go after the Bandle Commando and still try and get through with both the Fizz and the Librarian.
I mean, just Inferno on Papercraft is pretty good here. We'll see. There's little to no punish in Void deck.
Infernum is going to come down here. Onto the Fizz.
Yeah. Paying 5 mana for Papercraft, it doesn't feel good. Paying 3 mana on the other hand, pretty pog.
Yeah, definitely feels a lot better. And now we also have 2 chances to go after this Bandle Commando with both the Group Shot and the Calibrum here. And that's going to level the Aphelios as well, right?
Yeah, like it depends how much we value spell mana. Like we don't have to do it this turn because like it's not like it's even a good blocker. It's just a chum blocker, so you're getting value either way. You could just like let it block after combat, like see what happens in combat, and then Calibrum something else after. We'll see.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. I think I just want to try and maximize the value we're getting out of this attack swing. We did stun up the 4-2 with the Rainbow Fish.
And like Void recognizes, like he needs to push as wide as the board as possible and just try to push damage and maybe you basically have hidden burn. You have 3 points of burn hidden in your hand in a Leviathan.
This is also just lethal from the side of What Am I, right?
Yes, because that deck is stupid.
Yep.
It's 1 short, right? If we flip the Fizz,
Yeah.
goes all the way down to 1. And we can't really afford to flip the Fizz because 1, we don't have the Pokestick, and I don't see any reason to lose to like Trinket Trade into Wallop on the Fizz, and you don't have mana to negate the spell.
That is true.
Find the Aphelios. This is exactly what he needed.
Yeah, it does still have the time to make use of it. Barely, but it's there. Severin picked up to find some healing. And we're just going to start growing this librarian now.
I'm not sure Severin is the pick. Like, maybe you're thinking of Lethal, because you know he's gonna phase in Gravitum, right? Because the last weapon cast was Calibrum. It's never gonna phase in Severin on Void's turn.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, now you're stuck with a Severin in hand.
Yeah, Void identifies that as Gravitum as well, so opens up with the open attack.
It was basically open info, because like we knew it was gonna be Gravitum. All right.
Oh, that's true. They also made weapons visible. Man, after so many hours of casting, I start forgetting very, very basic things about the game. But yeah, just is forced into the open attack there. So yeah, I do have to agree with you. I think you can't really take the Severin in that spot. Maybe a Gravitum of your own is a better choice, or a Crescendum to be able to stay 6 wide and then phase into the Gravitum.
A Crescendum, I don't think can phase into a Gravitum, but yeah, I think you needed Gravitum plus like a Calibrum into Gravitum or Gravitum into Crescendum.
Yeah.
Something of the like. Now, like, your only elusive blocker is getting stunned.
And we're just going to, once again, be able to continue to represent Lethal. And Void says, yep, let's go next.
That was no way.
What am I just found his answers a little bit too quickly there.
Do not fear, Aphelios. I'm with you.
So this game wasn't too Clown Fiesta E, because one player was pressuring life total and had Fizz Papercraft, which is why I was so surprised of trading that first Fizz so quickly. But we just drew the second one because we're a gamer and just rolled pretty easily to victory.
Yeah, gamers do draw the cards they need when they need them. And here we're going to see the mono Viego list into the Aphelios. Is this a matchup you've played, Kevlar?
I've played that matchup quite a lot on the ladder in the past few days on my climb.
And what do you think? Is this pretty Aphelios favored?
It's very close to even. I don't think... I do think it's Aphelios favored, but I don't think it's crushing. I'm happy not banning Viego Shurima with Aphelios in my lineup. Our plan is fairly simple. Against any Shurima deck, basically just Rainbow Fish or any attach unit are such a beating because Quicksand is basically now a dead card. Fizz against any type of SI deck is just inherently powerful because you can get Vengeance, you can really remove it, and it's going to be chip damage every turn, and there's literally nothing you can do about it. And going 6 wide is the plan that Viego can kind of match you with if they have a very minion heavy draw, but it's kind of tough. So this is why I give the edge to Aphelios. Kind of all of his plan works out unless you have the Aphelios value hand, in which case I think they are too slow to beat Viego. Viego is just too quick.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. As you said, the Viego deck can kind of keep up with the board presence if it has to, if it wants to. And also, I lost my
This
train
is
of
a way
thought.
to answer Fizz. This is a way to answer Fizz. Is giving him vulnerable. Forgot to mention that. If I have like Fizz combos, I would try to sometimes just like super slow roll him, or just make sure that like I'm gonna have ways for him to survive.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Just waiting until you can get the Fizz on the board safely and actually close out the game with him is
The best time to like on turn 1 you can't really like say no to a turn 1 Fizz, but like if I draw it in the mid game, I would wait until at least they attacked so it can't give vulnerable, or like on my own turn, which is how I would play the Fizz. But just thinking 8 damage was like very good, and we just played it on like turn 1 or 2 if I recall correctly, because just a good unit to play too.
Yeah, it is such a good unit.
Alright, everything's vulnerable.
What do we do in this spot? Just pass, I guess. And Void's still probably just going to pass here. Wants to reset up Fizz plus another Papercraft Dragon would be my guess.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything. You have, again, you just have the combo that the Shurima's deck is just very weak at answering. You're taking a lot of damage, but the only thing, there's one atrocity, so you're not, usually you shouldn't be too worried about it, and there's still no Viego on the board, so you can't afford to take all this damage. Like,
Honestly,
we see the atrocity, but we don't see the Viego, so whatever.
you could have even used the pokey stick there. That does open up your Fizz a little bit.
I prefer just saving mana, basically.
That makes sense.
I guess I'm really not worried about the damage.
Yeah, as long as something on the board isn't representing lethal with atrocity, I think you're right. I think you just want to save the mana, keep your options open for the following turn, have multiple responses if they try and go after this Fizz with multiple spells.
Alright, so no quicksand, no nothing. Is there any way to survive here? Valfi's gain 1. He has the Pale Cascade? No, that's just game. Very quick and efficient Fizz cheese game.
Yeah. Pokey stick, not going to do it, but the Pale Cascade will. Void goes for the pokey first, says if you have deny, show it to me.
Yeah, now he's tapped all the way down to 3 mana. Nothing he can do. Outside of exactly quicksand to survive a turn.
But that would have been played at the start. There's no reason to sandbag it. And yep, that's game 2 in the books. We have a series on our hand.
It is the matchup that we talked about and we're a little bit scared of. So San Viego versus Taliyah Zigs.
Yeah, this is probably going to be a tough one for Void to pull out, but it is possible. It is.
Yeah, it needs to come with all the aggression as fast as possible, and maybe you can like
maybe
every time if you manage to give it vulnerable.
It's pretty unlikely, but it is possible. We'll see if Void can do it. Multiple denies, multiple quicksands. I just noticed Wardami's list is not on a full set of quicksand.
Yeah, which is weird. I think it's the tournament tech choice. Like ladder-wise, I would suggest just go standard, play 3 quicksand, but you have to have a reason for like to cut such a powerful card, I would say. Taliyah Zigs is a little bit more malleable because you have a lot of different 3 mana spells that you want to be casting, like Rite of Arcane, Unravel Earth, Quicksand. It starts to be a lot, but Viego is only like Vengeance and Quicksand.
I actually don't like the full set of quicksand in Taliyah Zigs. I would or the full, but again, I play like my list so aggressively, so mine's really.
I'm fine with 2.
Yep.
I've seen people cutting it all the way down to 1. I think that's crazy.
I'm a psychopath, I guess.
You are.
I kill people. What do I need to defend my stuff for if they're just dead? It's fine.
You're an aggro player at heart, Monty.
I am. I very much am. I like killing people fast, and I like coming out of the gate swinging. Here we are going to see what am I offer up a trade.
Yeah, I mean, it already has vulnerable.
May as well. This is what you want to see if you're Void. You can't go for the Roiling Sands here. This opens you up into the Desert Naturalist on the following turn. But the Camavoran Soldier just going to completely put a stop in that
Kind of a perfect answer, but they have it pretty often, to be fair.
They do.
Again, it has a Viego, because that deck, that's all it does. It survives, and it draws Viego. The rest of the hand, a bit awkward. Rite of Negation, not too good of a card against Taliyah Zigs. Vengeance is okay, but when they have thing like Ancient Hourglass, you're very, very scared of committing that 6 mana to do it. And Void has both champions, so they're gonna come alive very quickly. Fizz already flipped. Not Fizz, sorry. Ziggs already flipped.
Yeah, Zigs ended up being flipped really quickly. That's the power of the Ancient Preparations in this list. A card that I overlooked for a very long time, but it does let you get your champions flipped quite quickly and quite effectively.
Like turn 4 flip it's like the quickest you can get it, right? It's pretty crazy.
And here I would imagine we just see a stun landmark come out. Oh, actually,
I don't see a reason to, because like just already like you have the time to commit the Arrow of the Magus, and Do you really care if he attacks with the Viego here?
I'll be honest with you, Kevor. I didn't even see the Herald. I just completely blanked on the fact that it was a fearsome blocker. I was like, I don't want to take 6. But yes, you definitely do want to be getting the Herald out because it lets you go for your next turn into stun landmark, Taliyah duplicate it, stun 2 units, and then you're pushing a serious amount of damage. And
Yeah, this is exactly the type of draw Voids needs. How can you answer this, actually, if you're what am I?
Vengeance. And the Rite of Negations are quite effective here as well, but...
Yeah, thankfully you do have the 3 banked mana.
Here we go. Let's...
Treasure Seeker is pretty important at flipping Viego, so like if we survive this turn and we get to proactively vengeance something, which we should, it should like level Viego fairly quickly. So which champion you want to kill here?
Whichever one is threatening more damage on this swing, and that I'm not sure of. And we hope... Okay, we did high roll the landmark there. It's a 50-50 on which one it stuns. I think it has to be Taliyah, because Taliyah is going to threaten...
This turn she's more damage, but over the course of a couple turns, Fizz maybe is more damage, arguably.
Yeah. But I think you just need to stop the immediate damage.
Yeah, I would agree, and it makes sense. You're gonna take a shitload this turn, but... you're kind of fine with it. Kinda has to kill Viego's unit, which never feels good, because you feel like you're helping them advance their own progression.
Yeah, but you do just have to go for it. 8 damage being represented here, and while things were really scary, What Am I had the answer he needed, and now Void is in not the best spot. No burst speed stuns available, so can potentially attack with the
I mean,
Viego next turn.
you have a flip Zig, so like now I think you pivot to that kind of game plan. Would need things to blow up his own landmarks. Unravel Hurt is pretty good, but you're just gonna like maybe not play into it or just play one thing into it.
Yeah, Rite of the Arcane here makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, blow up your own stuff, 2 damage face. Whatever What Am I's play is gonna also be 2 damage from all the Rolling Stands cracking. And if nothing else, if you survive for 2 more full turn cycle, your Inventive Chemist plus Zigs are just gonna end up the game, most likely.
This is going to be very close at the end.
Yeah. So Viego's not quite flipped yet. It's not going to be flipped this turn. I don't think there's any way for it to happen. I would expect to try and fish for something like Quicksand. You want to make sure you don't
flip, right? We have mana for both Glimpse and the Rite of the Arcane, or Rite of the Calling.
Oh yeah, I didn't see the Rite of Calling. Is that enough? It's 5?
It's exactly
4?
enough.
Yeah, exactly enough.
Well, I think it's a little bit more because the mist
pumping, and then we're gonna steal the Zigs. Yeah, well, that's a beating. Yeah, that's E.
Yeah, we needed to be able to kill the Viego this turn, and unfortunately that's just not happening. There's a chance What Am I doesn't go for it, but with being tapped out after playing the Chemist...
No shot.
No shot, yeah.
You wouldn't do that types of play, like proccing the Rolling Sand if you're not like 100% sure and that you're killing the Zigs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think the crucial draw was actually the Treasure Seeker. That card flips Viego way too fast.
Yeah. There's an argument that that card should be nerfed as well, but I don't really think that you can nerf Waking Sands as a card. Plus, you're then inadvertently nerfing the Reputation archetype, which is just too weak net right now anyways.
I don't know, maybe make it a 1/2. It's the best 1-drop in the game.
You could nerf the front half, I think, but that's not really the problem with the card, is it?
No, but it would feel a little bit better. Alright, buy Zigs. So we need to draw another Zigs, I think, is what needs to happen here. And
Yeah.
that wasn't a Zigs.
So that's probably just game.
That's 1 damage. Or no, it's the stun. Okay.
We do have another stun landmark to follow this up, but our board space is full now.
Yeah, we're not going to be short blockers here. Or at least we shouldn't.
You could even Rite of Negation this.
Maybe, yeah. It's not too crazy, because he's only on 4 mana. It denies both the unit and a stun, so I kind of like it. But I think you just need to make sure there's no combo of cards for 4 mana that kills you. I think he keeps the other stun landmark in mind.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to. But I'm not sure what we would be keeping right for. Just nothing, basically.
Just a dead
Does
card
even-
in the matchup if you don't use it there, right? That's
Does-
like the big
doesn't
reason.
even attack and just kind of dead here. Unless Zigs and we survive this turn, we're at 15. It's not over yet.
Gotta find a gift for an action. Right, Arda?
We need a fearsome blocker. We have the Absolver. We stun the Viego.
We're not quite dead yet.
Scrappy bombs are gonna put us to 4.
Taliyah plus this Absolver will do it.
Yeah, that Taliyah Ziggs deck is good. Like, if he drew Ziggs this turn, like, I don't think there was a way to stop lethal. You can't really despair the Ziggs, and your hand is just too bad.
No, despairing the Ziggs is really funny because it activates the Ziggs ability.
Nice.
Yeah. I've had somebody do that to me on ladder and just die. But yeah, I think the only out for Void in this spot is exactly Taliyah.
Yep, Taliyah right now. And I think you're using Rite of Calling here kind of just to tin your deck. Just remove that card so you don't draw it, and you draw something like Quicksand, Vengeance.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that makes us survive.
And that is
Not
not a
Hydroid.
Taliyah.
No, that is in fact very bad. And I think one of us is going to take it. That's a final, right?
Yes, that is in fact the final game. Well,
I wonder how many times he got to play Pantheon today. My guess would be 0.
I was also going to say the exact same thing. I find it quite unlikely that he managed to sneak a Pantheon through. Quicksand, it's cute, but it's not enough in this spot, Void. Showing the deny as well, just revealing his hand, saying, I almost got there.
GG's. Yep. There was he played this game as well as he could have, and there just was no. There was spots where he could have top decked lethal, but he didn't, and that's the way the chips fall. So
Yeah, put himself in a position to be winning. Unfortunately, just wasn't there. So, what can he do in that spot? I normally do try and get people on for winners interviews. Is that something you'd be interested in continuing to do with me, Kevlar?
yeah, for sure. Jordan's my boy. And I also want to ask how many times he got to play Pantheon.
True. Let me see if Jordan is interested here. He's normally pretty agreeable to these. Do have a good time.
I know he's having a bit of problem with his voice right now, so it
That's
depends how well it feels.
Yeah, he's been sick for a really long time. And he keeps saying that he's feeling a little bit better, getting a little bit better, but then he's just still sick like the next week. It's a little worrying. I do hope he manages to recover soon.
I wish nothing but the best.
And there is a response. Trying not to talk too much.
Yeah, totally fair. The GG's to everybody that played, I think. Very strong showing from, again, Fizz Aphelios. Maybe it's a little bit of my fault and MTUC's fault for just crushing ladder with it in the past week. But it is a very strong deck, and a very strong showing for Taliyah Ziggs as well. Taliyah Ziggs, Aphelios, Pantheon, those seems to be the top dogs right now when we're talking about tournaments. But we're talking about tournament players, and in the open rounds, I would expect a lot of Pantheon, but Fizz Aphelios is just going to be among top players, and maybe 2 to 3% play rate amongst just like normal players.
All right. Jordan did answer your question for us, though, Kevor. He said he got to play Pantheon exactly once, and I can
Nice.
tell you that the theory is that if it's unbanned, he wants the birds. I'm not sure what that
Meaning-
means.
Oh, he wants the Petricide Broadwing, I think he's talking about, because that's what
Ah,
we were talking about teching in our
mhm.
Pantheon deck, because that's right, right? When they're not banning our Pantheon, they are going to be on aggro,
Yep.
or the worst case would be they're on like a some kind of triple Ionia lineup, but I think you're just making the bet that it's never going to be the case, because Bird would be, man, not too good into that. But against anything that's trying to burn you or aggro you down, Petricide Broadwing is an amazing card, and that's why you would be running it.
Yeah, definitely a really good card for those matchups, letting you pick off backline, pesky backline units, and just deal with things that just keep their board thin on your offensive turns. So I think that will be it for us tonight. Thank you so much for joining me for the Top Cut, Kevor. It was a pleasure to have you cast alongside me. A lot of great, very insightful commentary. I learned a lot for sure. Always a pleasure.
Thanks, man. I enjoyed it. I do like casting. I just usually I don't get enough time for it, because those tournaments goes for like around 6 hours, and I usually just only can commit about 2 hours at a time. But it was very enjoyable, and I liked it. Hopefully, you liked it too, Chat and Monty.
Yeah, like I said, I had a really great time casting with you. It's always a pleasure. I do enjoy chatting with you. Always very insightful things to say, and I do learn a lot. And I'm sure chat learned a ton as well. But yeah, that's going to be it for us tonight, guys. One more huge shout out to our sponsors, Community Gaming. Thank you so much for helping, for joining together with Mastering Runeterra on this Road to Seasonal Tournament series. We hope to continue to be able to partner with them in the future. And this is not quite the last tournament in this series. We do have one more tomorrow, I believe, or
There's
Thursday.
a big one coming Friday, right? Like a big for charity, also like big prize pool tournament just the day before seasonal.
Mhm. Yeah, we actually have two on Friday. There is going to be this regularly scheduled Road to Seasonals tournament in, I believe Jason's moving the time up earlier in the day. And then there's also going to be the other one later in the day, which is that charity tournament that you were talking about. And I will be casting that one as well. So I hope to see you guys all there for that too. I do have to find myself a co-caster. Maybe Fansora's joining me. With the schedule change, we're working things out still.
If it runs late, hit me up.
I will. I certainly will. I would love to have you on the desk again. Like I said, learned so very much, and I am really in a spot right now where I'm trying to figure out how can I improve, because I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, thank you to everybody who tuned in tonight. Thank you once again, Kevin, for joining me and bailing me out of solo casting this last round. It would not have been nearly as entertaining without you. And we hope to
My pleasure.
We hope to see you all back again tomorrow. I cut myself off. I keep forgetting I'm not in studio mode. Good night, guys. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time.